as we observe the time-honored ritual of our democracy, encompassing the right for our voices to be heard, the right for us to express ourselves across aisles. Tonight, as we continue the hard and necessary work of democracy, the work that advances our nation forward, we at Howard are proud and honored to be able to host our alumna and welcome her home. Now, everyone, you've been hearing this throughout the night. For those of you who haven't been to our campus, we have a little saying here at Howard. It goes a little bit like this, and I want you to participate with me tonight. We salute each other here at Howard. When we say, H-U, yes, we respond with a strong you know. I want everybody to join in tonight. H-U. As I close, we say this because here we know our history. We know our importance. We know the contributions we can make to the world. And we know that completing the work of America and completing the work of democracy entails the type of knowledge born in institutions like these, pillars of higher education that mold citizen leaders for the world and for a better tomorrow. With that, everyone, one last time, H-U. Thank you.
Please welcome members of the Howard University Divine Nine.
Cause I'm all white, cause I'm all Mr. White down here, I've been Fox a minute on. This would be the remix. Bad, savage life, Fox a minute on. Man, you already know what it is, you heard me? We still riding on chrome, we still pulling up. Man, look, I pull up at the club, VIP, gas tank on, even all drinks on me. Wipe it out. Fresh kicks, fresh white, tall tee, fresh NFL hat, fresh bows with the grease. Wipe it out. Wanna hit me with the heat, real recognize, real, don't speak. Wipe it out. Chicken laden, I've been rolling about a week. You can tell I got cake by the diamonds in my teeth. Wipe it out. Black shades, so you know when rolling, they ain't check me at the door, so ain't no telling while I'm holding. Wipe it out. Bad, they gon' bust it wide open. Flashing in the bread, but I'm in. They approaching. Wipe it out. Small, tall figures, y'all crawl. We gon' get and dog. Wipe it out. Y'all call, put my all killer, get your issue, and whoever fall with. Cause I'm all wipe it out. 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 Cause I'm cause I'm on white man, 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 cause I'm
For those of you that think that gospel music has gone too far, you think we've gotten too radical with our message. Well, I got news for you. You ain't heard nothing yet. And if you don't know, now you know.
Can we have a little party real quick, son?
Woo! You better put them hands together and act like you know up in here. GP. Put your hands together.
All ages, all races.
Like having some church up in here.
Everybody say. What you do?
You can't take my joy, devil. Makes me clap. Oh, you better put them hands together and have a Holy Ghost party with me. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. I'm more than a conqueror. Can I get a witness up in here?
Let's do it different. Tell me, do you want to see Kamala? Do you want to see Kamala?
Sick and tired of my brothers killing each other. Sick and tired of daddies leaving babies with their mothers. To every man that wanna lay around and play around. Listen, partner, you've been man enough to stay around. Sick and tired of the church talking religion, but yet we talk about each other. Make a decision. No more racism. No. Two racism. No. No pollution. No. No solution. No. Come on.
Yes, sir. Listen. Do you want a revolution? I say, do you want a revolution? Come on. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Listen. Do you want a revolution? I say, do you want a revolution?
No crime. No. No dying. No. Politicians lying. Everybody's trying.
That's right.
To make a dollar. It makes me wanna holler.
Come on.
The way to do my life. The way to do my life. There's gonna be a brighter day. All your troubles will pass away. A revolution's coming. Yes, it's coming. Coming. Revolution's coming. Yes, it's coming. Revolution's coming.
Listen. Listen. Do you want a revolution? I say, do you want a revolution? Come on. Yes, sir. Come on, people. Do you want a revolution? I say, do you want a revolution? Say, what you feeling? What you want, son? Who you calling to, son? You know Jesus is the true son, the second in the Trinity. I know you feeling him. 500 days left into the new millennium. You hearing them trumpets and the sky cracks. The last, the first, the last. It won't pass. So don't be caught slipping, brother. Don't be tripping, brother. Cause when I see him, I'm giving
Really,
brother.
brother, say we move too much, we do too much. And if you step against us, then you lose too much. Ain't no stopping what we doing when the spirit is moving. Don't be hating what I'm doing, I'm the vessel he's using. Everywhere I be, they tried to judge me, they tried to shake me, they tried to buzz me, but they can't break me, cause I'm down with Christ. Dog child, a new nation, and we feel alright. Well, alright.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come on. Come on. Come on.
This is a special shout out to a special group. I need to see some special moves. Hold on. I'ma just give y'all the whole song. Let's ride it out. Let's go. it count. Make it count for Kamala. Let's see it. Whoa. We gonna let it run out.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Jazzy Fizzle production. Missy, the princess is here. Sierra.
This beat is automatic, supersonic, hypnotic, funky, fresh. With my body so melodic, this beat rolls right through my chest. Everybody, Martin, Poppy came to party, grab somebody. Work it, get on the floor, bring the party up. We about to get it on. We see 1, 2 step. I love it. 1, 2 step. Everybody, 1, 2 step. This beat is outrageous, so contagious, make you crave it. Jazzy made it. So retarded, top charted ever since the day I started. Check my stuff and yes I flaunt it. Goodies make the boys jump on it. No I can't.
Cynthia Kramer, I have your wallet at the DJ booth.
Stop.
Cynthia Kramer, come to the DJ booth. I have your wallet.
Party up, we about to get it on. We see 1, 2 step. I love it. 1, 2 step. Everybody, 1, 2 step. We about to get it on. Don't matter to me, we can dance slow. Whichever way the beat drop, our bodies will slow. Swing it over here, Mr. DJ, and we will rock you. Don't matter to me, we can dance slow. Whichever way the beat drop, our bodies will go. Swing it over here, Mr. DJ, and we will rock you. I shake it like Jello, make the boys say hello, cause they know I'm rocking the beat. I know you heard about a lot of great MCs, but they ain't got nothing on me. Because I'm 5'2", I wanna dance with you, and I'm sophisticated fun. I eat filet mignon, and I'm nice and young, best believe I'm number 1. Stop it, everybody get on the floor. Party up, we about to get it on. We say 1, 2 step, I love it. 1, 2 step, everybody 1, 2 step.
I'm unavailable. They know they see me. 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 I'm sorry for who won't be my matter. Sorry, I'm only human. So make nobody bad out. Say I carry woman. She na man way I carry. And he said when I talk, say I be pastor. If you know, you know. It can walk. If it's not, I got talk. I'm unavailable. They know they see me. I'm unavailable. They know they see me. I'm unavailable. They know they see me. I'm unavailable.
Gbemi débẹ̀ o, too sure tó máa gbemi débẹ̀ o, too sure ìwọ gan máa débẹ̀ o, straight forward I no get to kill ẹ̀ go yéyé o, kò ṣe é pé o. dédé o, mo ń gbóná orí mi dédé o. Kánpé o, mo dúró kánpé o. Ó ti pẹ́ tí mo ti sánlé o, àbí láti ìbàjá mi sáré o. Sáré o, mo gbé wọn sáré o. Ẹ̀yin tèmi ẹ jẹ́ ká jayé o, àyè kan ló wà kó sáyé o.
time. Whole lot of money, not a lot of patience. Whole lot of niggas thinking they want some time on it. Don't wanna float it, any in a bro, we can get involved. With your pretty, keep playing with my heart, boy. I'm just as petty as you are. Only you really can tame me. Only in the radio, play me. Be my baby. Got a lot of patience, got a lot of Chanel on me. I gotta pay myself off. I gotta pay myself off. I gotta cool it down. I gotta cool it down.
Ready for action, nip it in the bud. We never relaxing. Outcast is everlasting. Not clashing, not at all. But see, my went to do a little acting. Now that's for anyone asking. Anyone pass them. Drip, drip, drop. There it goes an orgasm. Now you coming out the side of your face. We tapping right into your memory bank. Thanks. So click the ticket. Let's see your seatbelt fasten. Trunk rattling like 2 minutes in the back seat wrestling. Speaker box vibrate the tag. Make it sound like aluminum cans in the bag. But I know y'all wanted that 808. Can you feel that BASS bass? But I know y'all wanted that 808. Can you feel that BASS bass? All night away. All night away. Silent, the girls all paused with glee. Turning left, turning right, thought they looking at me. But I was looking at them there in the middle. Especially the big girls need love too, no discrimination in this world. So keep your hands off my cheeks, let me study how you ride the beat, you big freak. Skinny, slim women got the so within them, you can them, lift them, bend them, give them something to remember. Hell out timber when you fall through the chop shop. Take a deep breath and exhale. Your ex-male friend, boyfriend was boring as hell. But let me listen to the story you tell. And we can make moves like a person in jail. On the low, on the all night away. All night away.
Chubby waist, thick legs in shape, rump shaking both ways, make you do a double take. Plan rocker, showstopper, flow popper, head knocker, beat scholar, tail dropper. Do my thing, mother. My Rolls Royce, Lamborghini, blue Medina, always beaming, rag top, chrome pipes, blue lights, out of sight. Long weed, sold in, say it again, sold in. Make that money, throw it in, booty bouncing, gone here. Everybody here, get your backs off the wall, 'cause misdemeanor said well, my name is Sierra for all you fly fellas. No one can do it better. She'll sing on acapella. We're gonna make you lose control and let it go, for you know you're gonna hit the flow. Yeah. I rock to the beat till I'm higher. The walk in the club is fire. Get it crunk and wired. Wave your hands, scream louder. If you smoke, then fired up. Bring the roof down and holler. If you tipsy, stand up. DJ, turn it louder. Take somebody by the waist and now throw it in their face like hypnotic, robotic. This here will rock your bodies. Take somebody by the waist and now throw it in their face like systematic, ecstatic. This hit be automatic. Everybody here, get your backs off the walls. Misdemeanor said so. Everybody here, get it out of control. 'Cause misdemeanor said so.
Get your back off the walls. Get your back off the walls. Get your back off the walls. Get your back off the wall. Now put your back on the wall. Bring 'em out, bring 'em out. VIP coming live from the VIP. Heard the nightlife, lost life without me. Multi-feds in the state wanna see by me. The whole city got pissed, heard he got 3. That other rapper got a hit, but shouted he not out. Who set the city on fire soon as he got free? The king back now. Raws don't even know how to act now. Hit the club, strippers getting naked before I sat down. Still ballin', money stacked tall and shack now. Still push a button to let the roof on the lag down. I'm on the road doing shows, put my Mac down. Mississippi to Philly, Albuquerque to Chat Town. I got the crowd yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All my hot girls yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All the dope boys yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Front the back gate yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Get with other southern rapper hooded than this. I got rich and I'm still in a hooligan clique. You be rapping by blow, I don't move in the brick. You talk about shooting out, now we're doing it quick. If I hit you in the face, you gon' be suing me quick. If I catch another case, I know it truly be missed. So I'ma keep a cool head, stay out of the news headlines, and show these other rappers it's bedtime. It's clear to see that I'm ahead of my time. I copy chromed out, hard talk, Carrera to shine. I got some time, there ain't nothing, I get better with time. Who got a flow in a live show better than mine? I got a packed house yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All my hot girls yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All the dope boys yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Front the back gate yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. You wanna beef with the king? What is you gon' do? When you show up on the scene with the 2 guns drew on you and your friend and play a little 2 on 2. If you do happen what I do, you'll be hitting the deck. I got a tool and a vest, I can get some respect. I'ma make it hard for another sucker to flex. Show 'em this ain't the squad or a sucker to test. Pimp my too large and we way too fresh. Work well when they quick to check a lane like a game of chess. You wanna be better, bring your best. Cause we be standing in your front yard yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All my hot girls yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All the dope boys yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Front the back gate yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All the front yard yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All my hot girls yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. All the dope boys yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Front the back gate yelling, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Oh! Bring 'em out, 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 bring 'em out.
Wanna smoke with me? Then turn this mom up 800 degree. Whole team eat chefs 'cause she's a treat. She's so bougie, bougie, on appetite. I'm a savage, attitude nasty. Talk big, but my bank account match it. Hood, but I'm classy. Rich, but I'm ratchet. Haters kept my name in their mouth, now they gagging. Bougie. He say the way that thing move is a movie. I told that boy we gotta keep it lowly, me the room key. I done bled the block and now it's habitual. I'm mood and I'm moody. I'm a savage. Classy, bougie, ratchet. Sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening? What's happening? I'm a savage. Classy, bougie, ratchet. Sassy, moody, nasty. Hacking, stupid, what's happening? What's happening? Hips tick tock when I dance. On that demon time, she might start her OnlyFans. Big B and that B stand for bands. If you wanna see some real, baby, here's your chance. I say left cheek, right cheek, drop it low and swing. Texas up in this thing, put you up on this game. I be parking my frame, gang, 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 gang. If you don't jump to put jeans on, baby, you don't feel my pain. Please don't give me hype, write my name in ice. Can't argue with these lazy basics, I just raise my price. I'm a boss, I'm a leader, I pull up in my 2-seater, and my mama was a savage. Got this here from Tina, I'm a savage, yeah. Classy, bougie, ratchet, sassy, moody, nasty, acting stupid, what's happening? What's happening? I'm a savage, yeah. Classy, bougie, ratchet, sassy, moody, nasty, hacking, stupid, what's happening? What's happening? Like Beyonce, like me. He wanna like to stay with the knees. He be like, damn, how that thing moving in the jeans. I ain't even D4L couldn't do it like me, like me. Ooh, I got this body ready just for you. Girl, I hope you don't catch me messing around with you. Talking to myself in the mirror like, sit through my boo. I need a mop to clean the floors, too much drip. I keep a knot, I keep a watch, I keep a whip. Let's play a game, Simon says I'm still money, I'm a star, 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 star. I get money, I'm a star, 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 star.
お金稼ぐ俺らはスター
お金稼ぐ私はスター
スタースタースタースターキラキラ
私はスター He know who I am, ain't had to say my name. Stack it up like Tetris, but this money ain't a game. Watashi kawaii, kalata. Drinking out the bottle, getting twisted, Maruchan. Big exotic Hermes, this a crack. Watch too expensive, ain't no way I'm getting cracked. I think I'm so sexy, every shirt I own is cropped. So many carats, diamonds do the bunny hop. And the US or Japan, if he meet me, he gon' bow. I got yen for your friends, if they pretty, bring them out. Going dumb and Madam Boo, pouring sake in they mouth. Told him put me on his plate, bring them chopsticks to the soup.
They say she get it from her mama. I'ma say you got it right. Body rude is unpolite. Don't be in a humble type. Tell me, is you down? Cause I'm trying to go up tonight. Hoes and hoochies left and right. I just wanna live in a fantasy. I think we deserve it right. Top of the memories I've ever made in my life. Permanent ecstasy. The ladies is pimps tonight. Living inside a dream. Let's play where the love is high. I put that on my mama, on my hood. I look fly, I look good. You can't touch my bag, wish you could. I look fly, I look too good. Put that on my mama, on my hood. I look fly, I look good. You can't touch my bag, wish you could. I look fly, I look too good. So deep in my bag like a grandma with a peppermint. They say, oh, she smell good. That's just cause I'm heaven sent. Sex game goes stupid, snapping like a toothpick. Man, I tell the truth, your opinion is irrelevant. But I know you think I'm fine. Might be too fine to hit it from behind. Reflection in the mirror, don't decline. I can't even lie. I put that on my mama, on my hood. I look fly, I look good. You can't touch my bag, wish you could. I look fly, I look too good. Put that on my mama, on my hood. I look fly, I look good. You can't touch my bag, wish you could. I look fly, I look too good.
Try to draw me with a case, but you know I had to say that I was singing like, ooh. I swear, boy, I know my role and I play it. If you heard that I'm talking, then I say it. Going where you at? At the top of the loft, getting good, I stay. I'm a bad boy, but I don't wear big clothes like me. In the club, in a nigga bitty poppin'. And then push you on the free drink to the to get up off it. I'm the nigga to get it poppin'. Her hair short like Denny Rock. At the clip point, what we flying? When I landed, boy, I walked in, 30,000 in my pocket. I'm getting good deal like, ooh. $50,000 on you, you want me, gotta scream it like, ooh. Cause I got a check, niggas wanna flip, I ain't got a flip, but I got it, ooh. Get out to me, she gon' wanna sit, every nigga in the set, and I just screaming like,
Look, once upon a time, and I heard that I was ugly. Came from a chick who wanna touch, I said my face bomb, abs tight, racks stuck up, shack height, jury on me, dash know that's right. Big bag, listen up the Bentley band. Take a man, Balenciaga brought it back. No how I give it up. It's big bags, listen up the Bentley band. Take a man, working back, party back. No how I give it up. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuff. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuff. If it's up, then it's up. If it's up, then it's stuck. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuff. I can make the party hot. I can make your body rock. Haters can do nothing with me. Chances are they probably not. If I had a stick, you probably lick it like a lollipop. Shorty speaking Japanese, hit him with karate chop. I'm forever popping it, pulling up and dropping it. Gotta argue with him, cause you know he love a toxic chick. Out here playing, gotta make him understand. Ain't no ring on my finger, you ain't going on my brand. And my face bomb, abs tight, rack stack of shack height. Jury on me, flashlight. I've been listening last night. Hit him with that good, make you wanna act right. Broke boys don't deserve no kitty. I know that's right. Big bag, listen, not the Bentley band. Take a man, Balenciaga brought it back. No how I give it up. It's big bags, listen, not the Bentley band. Take a man, rockin' back, party back. No how I give it up. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuff. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuff. Up, then it's up. If it's up, then it's stuff. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuff. They ain't messing with me now, and I can see why. Dirty, dusty, girl, you got pink eye. Say they want smoke until I bring it to their doorstep. Please tell her back breath smell like horse. Put it on him now, he will never be the same. Tat it on my back, cause I really like the pain. Put on my back, I said I'm glad that you came. If that nigga had a twin, I would let him run it. Big bag, bustin' out the Bentley band. Take a man, Balenciaga brought it back. No how I give it up. It's big bag, bustin' out the Bentley band. Take a man, working back, party back. No how I give it up. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuff. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuff. Up, then it's up. If it's up, then it's stuff. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuff. Look.
All's my life I has to fight. All's my life hard times like yeah, bad trips like yeah. Nazareth, I'm f***ed up, homie, you f***ed up. But if God got us, then we go right.
We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Huh? We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright.
And when I wake up, I recognize you looking at me for the pay cut. Bahamas, I be looking at you from the face down. Or Mac 11, even room with the face down. Scheming, and let me tell you about my life. Painkillers only put me in the twilight. But pretty Benjamin is the highlight. I tell my mama I love her, but this what I like. Lord knows, 20 of them in my Chevy. Tell them all to come and get me, reaping everything I sow. So my karma come in heaven, no preliminary hearings on my record. I'm a gangster in silence for the record. Tell the world I know it's too late. Boys and girls, I think I've gone great. Trying to side my face this all day. Won't you please believe when I say, when you know we've been hurt, been down before. When our pride was low, looking at the world like, where do we go? And we hate poor, when they kill us dead in the street for sure. I'm at the preacher's door, my knees getting weak and my gun might blow, but we gon' be alright.
We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Huh? We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright.
What you want? You a house, you a car, 40 acres and a mule, a piano, a guitar, anything. See, my name is Lucy, I'm your dog. You can live at the mall. I can see the evil, I can tell it. I know it's illegal, I don't think about it. I deposit every other zero, thinking of my partner. Put the candy, painting on a Rico, digging in my pocket. In a profit, big enough to feed you every day. My logic, get another dollar just to keep you in the presence of your Chico. I don't talk about it, be about it. Every day I sequel. If I got it, then you know you got it. Heaven, I can reach you. Pet dog, my dog, that's all. Big back and chat, I trap the back for y'all. I rap, I black on tracks, so rest assured. My rights, my wrongs, I right till I'm right with God. When you know we've been hurt, been down before. When our pride was low, looking at the world like, where do we go? And we hate poor, when they kill us dead in the street for sure. I'm at the preacher's door, my knees getting weak and my gun might blow, but we gon' be alright.
We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Huh? We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright.
I keep my head up high across my heart. Don't be dark nights in my prayers. held us down. But now it looks like things are finally coming around. I know we've got a long, long way to go. And where we'll end up, I don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're putting our show together. We're polishing up our act. If you've ever been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore. Don't you let nothing stand in your way. I want y'all to listen to every word I say, every word I say. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the groove.
Don't have to be beautiful to tell me I'm
506 votes. Trump wants to keep it somewhere around there. Go back in time, you see he's at 53%. If Donald Trump could win Macomb County, it keeps him competitive. Keeps him competitive in the state. The higher above 50 he gets, it matters. This is one of the signature key counties for Vice President Harris and her Michigan chances. Oakland County, the birthplace of Mitt Romney, used to be a Republican county when I started doing this. She's at 55% right now. They're just past half the vote. So look at the 55%. A little behind Joe Biden. That can matter. That can matter. We're not done yet. She's only 55%. A little bit behind. Biden had 434,000 votes when he won the county. And you're just checking on turnout. She's at 234,000 with about 54%. So you're in the ballpark of similar turnout. Let's see what happens as that comes in. And you're going to watch that number with that number. Tiny changes in the margins can affect the battleground states. So Trump's at 43. Let's do it that way. Trump was at 42. Again, it's tiny. In the close states, tiny can matter. And keep an eye on that as we go through the count in Michigan. And then one more. I was already over there earlier. Let's come back out and see. So the blue wall at the moment is blue. And the Sun Belt states, which used to be reliably red and are now battleground states at the moment, are red. So we'll just check in, see if anything else came in. Georgia's at 79%. President's lead is 204,000. It was 240,000 a little while ago. President's lead has come down a little bit. I just want to remind everybody, in this hour, 4 years ago, Donald Trump was leading Georgia by about 244,000 votes. Joe Biden won Georgia when the votes were all counted. Doesn't mean that's what's going to happen this time. It just means you'd rather be ahead than behind, but we're not done yet. Let's come back up to North Carolina. We're at 63% in North Carolina. This count's coming up now. This count's coming up a little bit. You're at 177,000 vote lead. That would be a blowout. Anything in triple digits in North Carolina, again, go back 4 years ago, the closest of the battleground states Trump carried, 74,000 votes then. You see how close it was, 50 to 49. And so let's come back now and take a look. The blue then is where the blue is now, except for this one out here, I believe. This one, Haywood County, well, we're only at 4%. If you go back in time, that was a Republican county. I look out there because if anyone's out there watching, we hope you're doing all right. This is an area of the state that was hit hardest by Hurricane Helene, and the state and the county officials and the local officials, God bless them. They did amazing things just so people could vote. I know the more important things are, can you live, can you get housing, can you get food, can you get water, and things like that. But the fact that people are voting out there in good numbers is a testament to the state and to the county officials. And people have heard a lot of misinformation out there. You see what's happening. Democracy is unfolding in western North Carolina. This is where it matters most if you are the Democrats. And only 14% of the vote is in. So you see Donald Trump leading in North Carolina, but you see only 14% of the vote in Mecklenburg County, which tells you, let's just take this for a while. Let's just go through and see what happens as we go. It's 11% of the statewide population. The vice president's at 60% right now. So you go back in time. Again, this is, if you're the vice president's camp, he lost. Joe Biden lost North Carolina, getting 67% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. She, at the moment, is getting 60% of the vote. Is that meaningful? We don't know yet. We don't know yet. It would be meaningful if we end up there, but it's only 14% of the vote right now. So then you come back out here, and again, that would be Donald Trump doing better in the suburbs. If he gets her number down from Joe Biden, that would mean Donald Trump is doing better with black voters and in the suburbs. But we watched that. We saw it a long time ago. Wake County is Raleigh, number 2. Mecklenburg, number 1, population-wise. Wake County is number 2. He's at 64% right there. Trump's at 35. You go back in time. Trump's at 36. She's at 62. Roughly the same. Roughly the same. Won't make a big deal about that now. Sometimes roughly, you start looking into the margins of roughly if we get to 80, 90% of the vote. Move over here to Durham, your 6th largest county now, right? So Raleigh, Durham, the Research Triangle, young voters, some black voters, some college-educated suburban voters in the healthcare industry, and the other industries in the Research Triangle there. 81% of the vote right now with 85% in. So this is where you can't make a comparison. You're at 85% of the vote, you can say, okay, where are we? Where was Joe Biden? 80%. So she's matching Joe Biden here in a key place. Trump's at 18% in 2020. We see him at 18% now, a little bit below that. So this, if you're the vice president, you're matching the president. The question is that good enough, right? He lost the state by 74,000 votes. So we come back up. Where else do you want to look? You look for the other Democratic pockets, right? Cumberland County. This is Fayetteville. We're just starting. Right? We're just starting. This is the 5th largest county in the state. So that's, if you're the vice president, you think there's some room for growth there because we're not there yet. And again, I just want to show you. You see the blue in the urban areas. North Carolina along here, as the belt here. These are black voters here, for the most part, in these Democratic counties. Absolutely essential to the vice president's math. And then you come down to Georgia, again, in these states. you just see all that red. Not a lot of people live in those, but you do county after county after county after county. You run it up. And Jake, as I toss back to you, just one more check. No, Fulton County is still at 80%. So the Georgia map, we still have the biggest population center where we're waiting to see some key results.
All right, John, as we stand by for the next poll closings at the top of the hour, here's an update on the race to 270. Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 81 electoral votes. Obviously, 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Now, another key race alert. Let's go to the states where we have not called. Kamala Harris in the lead in Pennsylvania, 51.4% of the vote. Donald Trump has 47.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 88,000 plus votes of a lead, but it's about 35% of the vote that's been counted in Pennsylvania, about a third. Still a lot of vote to count in Pennsylvania. Michigan, Kamala Harris has 52% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 49,000 plus vote lead. That's with only an estimated 15% of the vote counted in the battleground of Michigan. In Wisconsin, another battleground, Kamala Harris 52.2% of the vote. Donald Trump 46.1% of the vote. Harris with a 52,000 plus vote lead, but only 27% of the vote counted in Wisconsin, still very early in Wisconsin. Battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump still in the lead there with 52.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 201,000 plus vote lead as of now. That's with 64% of the estimated vote counted in the battleground of North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 208,000 plus vote lead. That's with 79% of the estimated vote in Georgia counted. Still a lot of votes to count there, but a lot of votes have already counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump has 49.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 48.6% of the vote. That is a 28,000 now vote lead with 63% of the vote counted. I am going to now bring you a projection. And CNN can project Louisiana will go to Donald Trump. Louisiana with its 8 electoral votes as expected to Donald Trump. Let's see what that impact is on the electoral vote count. Donald Trump has 162 votes, electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 81 electoral votes. She has exactly half. 270 votes are needed to win. We're getting deeper into the night and another round of results. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 10 p.m. Eastern, when 16 electoral votes are on the line in 3 states. Every vote is vital to get to the winning total of 270. Polling places are about to close in Montana and battleground Nevada and in Utah. Nevada is the key battleground to watch in the next hour. Kamala Harris fighting to hold on to Nevada for the Democrats, a state that Donald Trump narrowly lost in 2020 and in 2016. As we await the end of voting in Nevada, let's check in with Jim Acosta, who's at a polling place in Las Vegas. And Jim, you have new information?
I'm a hustler, baby. I just want you to know. It ain't where I've been, but where I'm about to go. Top of the world. I just wanna love you. Be who I am. Know you love me. And with all this cash, more money, more problems. Don't forget your man. Now give it to me. Give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff. But don't bullshit me. Come on, give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff. When the Remy's in the system, ain't no telling when I fuck them, will I diss them. That's what they be yelling. I'm a pimp by blood, not relation. Y'all be chasing, I'll replace them, huh? Drunk on Chris, mommy on E. Can't keep a little model hands off me. Both in the club, singing off key. And I wish I never met her at all. It gets better, ordered another round.
Sing it. Rest in peace, Quincy Jones.
You know, I was wondering, if you could keep on, because the force, it's got a lot of power, and it makes me feel like it makes me feel like
said, look, you can f with me if you wanted to. These expensive, these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the school, I can get them both, I don't wanna choose. And I'm quick, cutting off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Say I don't gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now speak, that means I don't f with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, I make bloody moves. Now she say she
moving forward?
No, you shouldn't see this with the election day. And we actually do have all 156 precincts, the locations, their memory cards are in the office now. So we've got everybody back. They're actually going to start running those memory cards now.
So after those 323, it should move pretty quickly?
Yeah. We're expecting it to pick up.
Jack Manifold, Supervisor of Elections here in Gwinnett County. I'll turn it back to you, Jay.
Thanks, Nick. Now let's get more on Georgia from Sarah Murray, who's at the Fulton County Elections Hub outside Atlanta. Sarah, what are you hearing about the outstanding votes there?
Well, Jake, for all the flack that Fulton County gets for how it runs its elections, things have been going very smoothly and very steadily here tonight. They've had these memory cards coming in. They're uploading the day of election vote, and they're hoping in Fulton County to be able to upload all of their day of voting by 11 p.m. Now, there is another large county where things are going a little bit slower, kind of like Gwinnett, DeKalb County. I spoke to them a little bit ago. They said they don't have a number of what their overall election day count was, and they're not sure how long it's going to take for them to get through it. They're just chugging through it little by little. Now, in Cobb County, another large county here in Georgia, they said they still had less than 1,000 absentee mail-in ballots that they had to get through, and they also had about 85,000 votes. That was their day of votes that they were turning to. They, too, are hoping to be done by 11 p.m. The last county I talked to is Clayton County. They were also working through their day of voting. They had hoped to have it done by 10 p.m. It looks like they're missing that deadline a little bit, but they were definitely saying they only had a handful of precincts left, about 13 precincts when I talked to them about a half an hour ago, that they were still trying to upload the day of voting for. So things seem to be going pretty smoothly. And behind me, you get a little bit of a sense of the process. This is where the memory cards came through. They just brought them through. They checked them in. Here with a police officer, they get scanned in. And then over in this glass room, we're showing you this is where these memory cards are removed. We start to see them uploaded. So that's what's happening here in Fulton County, and hopefully we'll have more for you around 11.
Sarah Murray reporting on the count as you look around the Atlanta suburbs. As she's noted, she's in Fulton County, which is here. But this is where the big outstanding vote is. So let's just come back statewide first, according to context. The Trump lead now 170,000 votes. It was over 200,000 not that long ago. So it has come down some as more votes come in. So let's just walk through what we just heard real quickly. Fulton County, you're at 84%, but this is the #1 population center, the largest population center of the state, also a hugely Democratic area of the state. That's where we're waiting for votes. Also Gwinnett, county #2 in terms of the population, plus the other counties right around Atlanta. Any path to a Democratic victory, Jake, has to come there. So when we get more of those votes, we'll be able to at least get closer to being able to answer the question, is that lead that Donald Trump has safe, or are there enough votes out there for the vice president not only to catch up, but to pass?
All right, John, thanks so much. We have another projection. CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Ohio is expected to go to Donald Trump. Ohio with its 17 electoral votes. What does that mean for the electoral count map? Donald Trump has 195 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. John King?
Well, Jake, as we watch more of the map fill in, and this is welcome to election night, we're now at, 10:20 in the east, and we're moving across, and you see votes as far west as Montana and New Mexico and Arizona starting to come into the map. We haven't touched this one all night. Let's take a quick look out there in Arizona. I haven't said Maricopa County on an election night, and it's 10:24. That's an outrage. You see right here, the Arizona stat coming in. It's very close right there. And we're about half, that's 50% of the vote, so that's pretty fascinating that Arizona's getting that vote in so fast. Let's get back there in a minute. Let's move more to the east in some of the battlegrounds that we know are absolutely key to the path to 270. And an interesting development, again, it's early, we're still counting votes, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, half an hour ago, were all still blue. Now Wisconsin has flipped to red only by 8,000 votes, and we're only at 47% reporting. And so there are two ways this happens. Either Donald Trump is overperforming someplace where he hasn't before, or we're just filling in the rural counties. So let's get a look at the map and see what we have here. Number one, let's look at the live outstanding vote. All right, so you got a big blue dot here in Milwaukee, big blue dot here in Madison, some blue dots out here in the area, but a lot of red dots as well. And so Donald Trump with a very narrow lead in Wisconsin, which, welcome, again, 2 elections in a row from 20,000 votes and change, 22,000 votes, 20,000 votes. This certainly shapes up to look like we're going to have another one of those, a photo finish in Wisconsin. A lot of outstanding votes, so it's hard to make any projections or analysis except to say Wisconsin, once again, is incredibly close. So let's come back out and move over to battleground Michigan. This one here, for those of you familiar, if you watch a lot of cable television, you've seen Debbie Dingell, the Democratic Congresswoman from west of Detroit, Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor is her district. Over the weekend, she got a lot of attention for saying she was nauseously optimistic about Michigan. I was texting with her a little while ago. She says she's cautiously optimistic now, and I had to check. That's an upgrade. Cautiously optimistic is better than nauseously optimistic, according to the Congresswoman. This is her district right here. This is one of the things I highlighted earlier. Washtenaw County is the home of Ann Arbor, home of the University of Michigan, home of a campus, been there several times, where they have a remarkable voting operation, encouraging young people to vote, encouraging students who live out of state to switch their registration to Michigan so they vote the battleground state if you're from a state that's not a battleground state. So this is very important to the Democratic coalition. 66% right now, if you round that up for the vice president, with 60% of the vote reporting. And again, 73% for Vice President Biden. If it ends up that way, that's a problem. Doesn't mean you can't make it up somewhere else, but if you're losing votes in one key county, losing percentages in one key county, you better make them up somewhere else to track below. Now, Michigan is the one state, to come back to the 2020 example, where you could argue the vice president has a little bit to lose, if you will. It's not Wisconsin, 20,000 votes. It's not Georgia, 11,000 votes. It's not Arizona, 10,000 votes. It's 154,000 votes. So if you want to argue a 2020 replay, the vice president has a little bit more to lose in a state Joe Biden won relatively comfortably when it comes to the battlegrounds. But still, if you're the vice president of the United States, you don't like the fact that Washtenaw County is so close. So now we come up to Ingham County. This is where you find Michigan State University, Lansing, the state capital. The combination of those two things, the state capital and a big university, normally says that's a Democratic area. And it is. It's at 59% if you round up for the vice president. But again, go back in time. Danger zone. 65% for the president 4 years ago. How much can she give up will become the question if you find more counties like that where she's underperforming the president of the United States. So another way to look at it is come back to 2024 and bring it up, and let's just ask that question. Is she overperforming the president anywhere? In a couple of places she is, and that's it. If you're losing in one place, the question is, can you make up the math somewhere else? So where is she overperforming at the moment? Kent County. That's Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it. 15 years ago, even in 2016, Donald Trump won this county. 15 years ago, reliably Republican, Western Michigan. You see right now, with 27% of the vote in, Trump is at 32%. The vice president at 66. You go back, you see the difference right there. But, you have emphasis on the but, we're early in the count. So let's blank this out and come back out. But there are places, again, if you're losing in one key constituency, looks like at the moment she's losing with young voters in counties where those voters are important. Can you make it up somewhere else? Another place I would look, because of the size of the population, the second largest county in Michigan is Oakland County. These are the Detroit, just north of, here's Detroit, right here. If you follow M&M, think about 8 Mile Road, 12 Mile Road, here's where we are. You come up into Oakland County, you come up into Macomb County. Oakland County, she's at 54%, with 6 in 10 votes counted, 62%. So you go back in time and you look, 56%. Again, underperforming the President of the United States in a county that is absolutely critical. For 4 years ago, Joe Biden at 56. Right now, she's at 54. I said she had some to lose. You go county by county by county, and she's a little behind. You start to worry about the math, and then you see this, though. It's only 12%. If this one stays blue, the vice president's going to win Michigan. This is Macomb County, birthplace of the Reagan Democrat, if you will. It's the auto industry. It's General Dynamics. It's blue-collar people. It's a lot of union workers. The tug-of-war for the union leaders to try to convince their members to vote Democratic instead of voting for Trump. This is Exhibit A of the laboratory of that. Trump tends to get 50%, somewhere in that ballpark of the union vote. We'll watch how that plays out. At the moment, again, only 12%, but the vice president is ahead at the moment. If you go back to 2020, that's why I point this out. If she's losing a little bit in Washtenaw, losing a little bit in Ingham, it'd be nice to make it up in Macomb. Joe Biden got 45% right there. The challenge, the vice president's campaign would have been happy, I think, with a 45 there, actually, if they're doing everything else somewhere. We'll watch as that one plays out, if she can keep her lead in Macomb County. Again, here's an aberration. Donald Trump is not going to win Wayne County. We only have, 6,000 votes there, a little more than 6,000 votes when you add it up. This is Detroit, but I will say, Hamtramck and Dearborn are here in Wayne County. That's where hundreds of thousands of Arab Americans voted for Joe Biden in 2020. He won that vote overwhelmingly. They are mad at the White House because of Israel and Gaza and Hamas. And so let's see what happens. This is 1% reporting. Wayne County will be blue at the end of the night. But the margin in Wayne County will matter, and will matter huge in deciding who wins the state. Again, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, getting 68%. Donald Trump just 30%. When we come to the end of the night, these numbers are meaningless. When we come to the end of the night, where is Harris and where is Trump? Where is Trump? Is he getting more black voters? Is he getting any of that Arab American vote? last time I was out there. Trump's prospects weren't great. A lot of people saying they might vote for him.
America's Congressman Biden, I want to thank them, Ruppersberger. Thank them so much for all of their support, as well as all of my other brothers and sisters in elected service who are here tonight, from the state senate, our delegation, our council members, all the Democratic Central Committee members who worked so hard on this campaign, to all of our volunteers, all of Team Also Good, every single volunteer. Thank you not just for believing in this movement, but I thank you for working so hard to take the movement to the people. So for every single volunteer who opened your home, who met us in coffee houses, met us in backyards, for all the donors who contributed, I want to just say thank you so much for every phone call and every door knock. Thank you so very much. And to the people, thank you, that's Wanda Durant, you guys. To the people of Maryland, especially the folks who came out, you all know we started a little later tonight. And you know why that was? It's because our college students and first-time voters, so many of them showed up at the polls tonight. They had to keep the polls open later because our children came out to vote tonight. And so I want to just say thank you to them, and also want to just give a special shout-out to my hometown, Prince George's County. Morning to my neighbors who lined my street and hosted a pep rally for me as I left my neighborhood. And I want you to know that this is the Prince George's County that I had known. The people who cheer each other on, where greatness grows. At times we struggle together and we work to build a better future for all of our children. And to those Marylanders whose support I have yet to earn, I may not have won your vote, but I want you to know that I hear your voice, and I will be your senator too. And then thank you most especially to the most amazing family this side of heaven. Thank you first of all to my super incredible big sister, Kimberly Seymour, who is my protector and my hero, the best sister in the world. And you know, Kim, we're going to be up pretty late tonight. We're going to be celebrating this one for a moment. I'd also like to thank my parents, James and Patricia also Brooks, my two heroes, right over there, whose values I hope you see reflected in me every day. And you see as well their love, the profound love that they taught me for other people. As well, you see their grit, their determination, and the work ethic that they passed on to me. So Mom and Dad, you may not have seen this coming, but I tell you, I thank you so much for making every day of it possible. Thank you so much. To my grandparents who would have loved to have been here tonight, but whose legacy I carry on, I thank them so much. There are two other people that I want to thank. Cora Masters-Berry, I know is somewhere in the room. I want to thank Cora Masters-Berry. And George Hazel, where are you, George Hazel? I want to thank the two of them as well for their love. Now, it's remarkable to think that in 2 years, America will celebrate its 250th birthday. And in all those years, there have been more than 2,000 people who have served in the United States Senate. And only 3 have looked like me. And so I want to salute all of those who came before me, who made it possible for me to stand on this stage tonight, whose sacrifices and stories I will continue to carry with me. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every Marylander. To serve this state, my hometown, is the honor of a lifetime. And there are few places, be clear, like Maryland. Marylanders are absolutely amazing people. Absolutely amazing people. And I I know how amazing they are because I've had the great honor of traveling all across this state, meeting Marylanders where they live, where they love, where they worship, where they build businesses, where they educate their children. And I stand here tonight for all those people who dream of a better day. We stand tonight united as one Maryland. And to each and every Marylander, I say this: I will make your care my concern, your hope my focus, and your dreams my work in the days and years to come. And to the people who did not vote in this election, I want you to know that I see you too, and that I will never stop working to prove that public service, that the work we do can and must change the lives of people for the better. And lastly, I stand here tonight for my North Star, for my reason for being, my incredible daughter, Alexandra. Alex should know that I first ran for public office because of her. And I ran for the Senate because of all of you, for the young people and the elders of our country, about the future that you one day will inherit, and the country that I know we all can be. I know that we can be a country that yells less and listens more, that fears less and trusts more, where we see the humanity in each other before the hateful word. And as divided as we may feel, in America, I still believe there is no us against them. There is only us. Only us. And with the right leadership, we can get back to a place where we celebrate each other more, where we see the humanity in people before the hateful word or the hateful deed, a place where our economy is fairer and our democracy is stronger, a place where women's health is protected, where hard work is rewarded, and where government exists not to eliminate our freedoms, but to celebrate and advance them. A place where you and your generation and all the generation, our kids' generations, can enter the workforce, knowing that not only will you have a chance to achieve the American dream, but that your children will also be able to achieve their dreams as well. And I've often said, and I'll say it again, the number one issue as I've traveled across the state is economic opportunity. And it is my great desire that each of our families, that all of us, will not live on the margins, but it is my desire that you will live beyond your wildest dreams. That is what I will work for. And a place where you have no doubt that you can dream and be whatever you want in this country. And so to Alex, to all of our children, to all of our parents, I say to you that this is the America that I will continue to work for, to make it work for each one of you so that you can experience the American dream, that we together can reinforce the values that we share as Americans, the democracy that we believe in freedom and human rights, that we believe our leaders should have integrity and be decent people. This is what we will continue to fight for. And as I've said, a few months ago...
You've been listening to the new Senator-elect from Maryland, Angela Alsobrooks.
I can see the stars all the way from here. Can't you see the glow on the window pane? I can feel the sun whenever you're near. Every time you touch me, I just melt away. Everybody asks me why I'm smiling from ear to ear. And I know, oh, I know it's perfect, but it's worth it after fighting through my tears.
my knees for you. What's happening to me? In the dark, can you tell me what it means? I lay my head on my pillow, staring out the window. So I stop for a sign, the reason why. I scribble X and O's in my notebook, checking how my hair and my nails look. I feel myself in the zone, nervous when you call, I say I'm not home. See your face, and I hear my favorite song. Should I send an email at home? You're the number one topic on the phone. I wonder if you know, but do you have a clue? I lay my head on my pillow, got me staring out the window. Wish on a star or a sign. What's the reason why? You're always sexy boy. You're sexy boy.
I be feeling like a man when I walk through. Can't tell me what you're saying when I walk through. I got all these there when I walk through. How to make a few bands when I walk through. Hey, why me walk through? Hey, why me walk through? Hey, why me walk through? How to make a few bands when I walk through. How to make a few bands when I walk through. People don't know now I don't talk to. Me and Paul in the brick here boss too. Sitting at the round table making balls moves. How to walk through with Gucci on my feet. Who got more money, you and me? I'ma walk through usually with my dream. Never leave that I got the two on me. I done show past security. Do you need glasses? Just you see me when I'm coming full speed. Got that V12 running, and I'ma jump the fence if I see 12 coming. Even if I were blind, I could still smell money. I can't trust no outside, cause they could tell. I'm not out for bad boy, cause I keep a L on me. Good, throwing up my set in your hood. Got me feeling like a man when I walk through. Can't tell me what you're saying when I walk through. I got all these there when I walk through. How to make a few bands when I walk through. Hey, why me walk through? Hey, why me walk through? Hey, why me walk through? How to make a few bands when I walk through.
It's money over here, what you thought, clown? Play crazy while you're high, and you not down. No frowns round here, bro, we all smile. G7 just dropped, got us down.
Mars hurt the boy out when I walk through. Scarface boy died in part two.
How your people tell promoters that I'm coming, park me in the front. Leave you running, here's a hundred, what up? Flip your bitch like a coin, better call it. She got a thing for us, big baller nigga. She about to rock the boy Mike, tell it feedback. The realest nigga out my city and a mean guy.
I be feeling like a man when I walk through. Can't tell them what you're saying when I walk through. I got all these there when I walk through. How to make a few bands when I walk through. Hey, why me walk through? Hey, why me walk through? Hey, why me walk through? How to make a few bands when I walk through.
Democrat Angela Alsowitz will defeat former two-term Republican Governor Larry Hogan. She becomes the first African-American person ever elected to the Senate from the state of Maryland. Another projection to bring you, this one from the state of Delaware. Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester defeats Eric Hansen, former Walmart executive, the Democrat here becoming the first woman and the first African-American person ever elected to the Senate from Delaware. A projection to bring you in the Northeast, this time in New York. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, former presidential candidate, she will win her third full term in office as she defeats former NYPD detective Mike Sapercone. Let's get you some updates on the Republican side, beginning with the Lone Star State of Texas. Going into the night, Democrats have optimism about potentially flipping this seat from red to blue instead. Republican incumbent Ted Cruz wins re-election, cruising to his third term against Democrat Colin Allred, a congressman from the Dallas area, a former Tennessee Titans middle linebacker. Cruz here winning by a substantial margin in the Lone Star State. An update now from Mississippi. There, incumbent Republican Roger Wicker wins his third full term, defeating civil rights attorney Ty Pickens. Re-election for Wicker in Mississippi. An update now from one of the reddest states in the country, Wyoming. There, incumbent Republican Senator John Barrasso wins his fourth term as he defeats Scott Morrow, a union official who touts his black belt in Taekwondo on his campaign website. Barrasso re-elected in Wyoming. Some more projections to bring you. Beginning in Missouri, there, incumbent Republican Senator Josh Hawley, perhaps best known for being the first senator to object to certifying the 2020 election results in favor of Joe Biden. He defeats Democrat Lucas Kuntz to win re-election in Missouri. Meantime, in Nebraska, the special election, Pete Ricketts, a former governor there, he defeats Preston Love Jr., a former campaign manager for Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign in 1984. This is to serve out the term left by retired Republican Senator Ben Sasse. An update from North Dakota now. There, incumbent Republican Senator Kevin Cramer wins his second term, defeating engineering professor Katrina Christensen. Cramer re-elected in North Dakota. So what do all these results mean for the magic number that Republicans need to take control of the U.S. Senate? Remember, they started out the night needing 2 Democratic seats to flip the chamber. Right now, that number with a pickup in West Virginia is 1. And currently, as of this moment, Republicans are leading in 4 races where Democrats hold seats. But hold on, because that needs some context. 2 of these states are fairly early. One of them is Montana, and that race is expected to be competitive, but the other one is Minnesota, in which we're not really expecting that close of a race tonight. And there's also potentially a twist. I'll explain that in just a moment as we take a look at some key race alerts. These are live results coming into CNN right now. In Pennsylvania, this race has been back and forth all night. Look at what separates the former CEO of a hedge fund, Dave McCormick, from incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey. 0.1 percentage points. 44,000 vote lead for McCormick with 61% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Meantime, the most expensive Senate race in the country, in history, nearly $500 million spent on this race. And currently, Colombian-born businessman Bernie Moreno leads incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown with 261,000 votes, 84% of the vote in Ohio, where now Donald Trump has won the book, I state, 3 times in a row. And this is the twist I was talking about before. No one expected this Senate race in Nebraska would be this close. You have Dan Osborne, an independent, who has not said which party he would caucus with. In fact, saying that he would caucus with neither party. Right now, he holds a 10,000, almost 11,000 vote lead over incumbent Republican Deb Fischer, 48% of the vote in there. If he wins, it could change the math a little bit for what Republicans need to take control of the Senate. Let's step back and give you a look at the balance of power. The raw numbers: Democrats hold 35 seats, Republicans 48, again with that 1 pickup of West Virginia. But there are 17 seats still up for grabs. You need 51 for control of the chamber.
That Nebraska race is fascinating. The presidential race is moving west right now. And we are counting down to 11 p.m. Eastern. That's when a total of 78 electoral votes are on the line. Most of them are in California. Polling places are about to close there, and also in Idaho and Oregon and Washington State. Kamala Harris is counting on blue California to push her closer to the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. Let's go back to Abby Phillip at Harris Campaign Headquarters. Abby, you and Jeff have been talking to people inside the Harris campaign. What are they telling you?
to the rhythm of the funk and dime. So I can get busy just one more time to the beat and you don't quit. It's that old school rap with that new school hit. See the pipe, I pick the pep up, the two rap the rock, and I can still get up down. Every time I get on the mic, I go crazy. He's out the CeeLo flexible. I bet you never knew, but hey, you know, I'm the undisputed king of this disco. And I never let the mic night now time me no more. Can DJ Cool rip up the whole damn show? Now I'ma rock around with the greatest of these and sing like a man on the fried Chinese. And if you don't like it, you grab on these. And now I need some help for the right song. Did it?
78 electoral votes at stake this hour. We have a projection for you now. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of California with those 54 electoral votes. Not unexpected. Harris will win California. CNN is also projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Idaho with its 4 electoral votes. So what does that mean for the electoral? Too early to call. We have Washington State with 12 electoral votes and Oregon with 8 electoral votes. Too early to call. Let's go to the electoral map right now. Donald Trump with 211 electoral votes at this hour. Kamala Harris cracks 100, now has 145 electoral votes. 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Donald Trump is 59 electoral votes away from that. Let's look at these battleground states now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6%. Kamala Harris right behind him at 49.5%. Donald Trump has a 2,356 vote lead with 51% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Wisconsin, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 48.4%. Donald Trump has a 28,576 vote lead with an estimated 59% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He's at 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 119,411 vote lead with 68% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump still in the lead there, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 136,328 vote lead. That is with 88% of the estimated vote in from the state of Georgia. In North Carolina, another battleground where Donald Trump leads, 50.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 145,388 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now with an estimated 85% of the vote in from the Tar Heel State. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead. She has 51.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.9%. Kamala Harris is 74,838 votes ahead of Donald Trump. But that's less than a third of the vote counted there. 30% of the estimated vote in from the state of Michigan. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead there still, but narrowly so. 50.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 73,375 vote lead. That is with 78% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Mexico, Harris leads there too, 52.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.5% of the vote. That is with an estimated 69% of the vote in. Harris with a roughly 43,000 vote lead. Let's go now to Abby Phillip, who is at Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. at the campus of Howard University. Abby, what are you hearing from the Harris campaign, if anything?
Yeah, Jake, we actually just got a pretty significant update from the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who sent out a memo to her staff tonight laying out what they see ahead in the coming days and hours, and my colleague Jeff Zeleny is here with me. The memo essentially says, Jake, that the returns are coming in slowly. They still see their path, but that path is largely going to be through the blue wall, as Jeff and I were just discussing. The key point that Jen O'Malley Dillon is making is that this is a close race. This is the close race they have been expecting. She says to her staff, we are built for this. Let's finish the night out. we will see you tomorrow. They are not expecting this to be wrapped up tonight.
They are not, because the margins are so small. And just reading from that memo, said we have known all along our clearest path to 270 was through the blue wall states. And again, they point out the cities we were talking about, Milwaukee, Detroit, and of course Philadelphia. Abby, a central question hanging over all of this, and indeed the crowd here waiting behind us, is Vice President Harris going to address the crowd? That is a possibility. We will see in the coming days as we hear some helicopters overhead here. We will see. But the bottom line is they know this is a close race. This is going to be not resolved tonight in their eyes.
Yeah, Jeff, this is a critical moment, I think, for the Harris campaign to show where they get to 270. And Jake, it looks like they are not foreclosing really on anything in the map right now that is not called. They're still waiting for the polls to close in parts of the Sun Belt, for those results to come trickling in. But again, it's the blue wall again. It is it's Pennsylvania, it is Wisconsin, and it is Michigan, where the best chances are for Harris to get to that 270 that she needs to become president of the United States.
All right, Abby Phillip and Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John, explain the theory of the case for the Harris campaign right now, if you will.
Right, and you heard Jeff and Abby emphasizing even the campaign saying essentially they don't rule out any other possibilities, but we're really banking on the blue wall. Well, at the moment as we speak, 2 of the 3 blue wall states, that's Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, 2 of the 3 are red. We're not done. We're not done, but 2 of the 3 are red. Why is that significant? Well, let's look at the Sun Belt states. And again, Harris campaign is not ruling this out, but you show this here. Donald Trump, 142,000 votes ahead in North Carolina. I can show you the live outstanding votes. And when I show you the live outstanding votes, you will see some pretty big circles in the blue areas, large metropolitan areas and suburban areas where the Democrats do quite well. I just want to say, at 85% reporting statewide and 142,000 vote lead, is it mathematically possible? Are there enough votes out there? Yes. When you get to this point in the election in a state Donald Trump won twice, you start to think, okay, this looks like it did in 2016 and in 2020. It looks more like 2016 than it did in 2020, to be honest with you. But you look at it, if you're in the Harris campaign, you're calling all these counties and you're trying to figure out, how many votes are out and what percentage are we getting. But if looking at the North Carolina map, I'd rather be Donald Trump than the Vice President of the United States right now. So then you bring up the Georgia map. And again, this one, I'll say this again on a broken record, 2024 is not 2020. There's not as many battlegrounds. We won't have as many large percentages of Democratic votes coming in the days after. But Donald Trump was ahead by more than 200,000 votes at this point 4 years ago. So let's just be cautious for the sake of being cautious. And yet, at the same time, I want to tell you, he's 136,000 votes ahead in a state that was decided by 11,000 votes last cycle. 88% of the vote is in. So where is the live outstanding vote? Live outstanding vote. This is where in the Harris campaign, you're just hoping that overnight these Democratic areas report not just their votes, but a lot of votes. You're hoping turnout exceeds your expectations. So you see down here in the Savannah area, this is where races are won or lost for Democrats, Atlanta and the suburbs around it. So let's come out of that map. And again, here's the key point. Fulton County, 90% of the vote is in. Yes, she's getting 72% of the vote. Just want to check, compare that. It's a little below where President Biden was, but it's close. But remember, he won the state by 11,000 votes, so she can't really afford to be below him anywhere, or not by much anyway. You move over to Cobb County, 91% in. It's a big suburban county, right? So 91%, you have some change to make up there. She's at 57% if you round that up. The President of the United States is at 56, so she's running equal, maybe a little bit ahead there. So let's come over to DeKalb County here. Let's come up to 2024 and see what's left. 11% left, again, large, very Democratic area. You see the 81% there, just to the east of Atlanta. Let's just check 2020, Biden getting 83. 81, 83, you might think at home that's not that big of a difference. In a race that's very close, yes, it can be a big difference. So we have to watch at the moment. Let's do it this way, come back to 2024, and let's just pop in this and see where's Harris underperforming. Where is Harris underperforming Joe Biden? In a state Joe Biden won by 11,000 votes, you can't really underperform, but she's underperforming in 28 of the 159 counties, right? So we have more votes to be counted. We're not done yet. This is not a final glimpse. But you see out in these rural areas, this is part of the secret of Joe Biden's win in 2020. He got his butt kicked by Donald Trump in these small rural counties, but he did better than Hillary Clinton. Blue-collar workers, rural workers, people who work with their hands. Joe Biden did just a little bit better. And in a state decided by 11,000 votes, that can matter. So again, you asked me about the map. We're not done. We're going to count. The Harris campaign will update us. They go to their counties. We have people on the ground asking the people our vote desk with Pam Brown what votes are still outstanding. But if you look at this map right now, I want to switch. Well, let's just check real quickly where we are in Wisconsin. 61%. I want to check Milwaukee. This is where, okay, only at 53% in Milwaukee. Black turnout in Milwaukee. Better, too huge. In the uncounted vote for the vice president to catch up. I talked to a Democrat out there earlier who said it was good. They didn't say it was great. They said it was good.
Mail, the question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the voting right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where eastern Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county, and Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor, with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now, in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County?
Mainly in Philadelphia, but also in the suburbs around it. That was 2020. There were a lot more early mail-in votes then to be counted than there are now, but we shall see as we come out. And Jake, before you jump in, and please ask me anything you want, one little quirky thing. Trump's leading in Northampton. Harris is leading in Erie. Those are the two swing counties that have been. So just watching that. And here's what I want to say right now. I just want to bring this up to show the stakes for the Harris campaign right now as the count in North Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher. The importance, if Donald Trump, this is a hypothetical, but if Donald Trump holds these two, and he won that one both times, 2016 and 2020. He won this in 2016. He lost it by 11,000 votes in 2020. So not at all inconceivable in history, and when you look at the numbers tonight. Excuse me. If that happens, Harris cannot lose that. Why can she not lose that? Because 251 plus 19 makes Donald Trump president of the United States. So the rest of them wouldn't matter. I don't mean your votes don't matter in those other states. But in terms of the path to 270, if he holds those leads he has right now in those two states, which are healthy leads, she cannot afford to lose that. Cannot. And at the moment, as we switch maps, please jump in if you want. I'm just going to switch back to the national maps so we can watch the count.
Okay. I want to stick on Pennsylvania and bring in Kate Baldwin, who is at a vote counting center in the best city in the world, Philadelphia. Kate, what are you learning?
It's the only area where you're allowed to be biased. We just learned, as John was focusing in on the outstanding mail-in ballots. That is something that we have all been waiting for. I've just learned from a source close to the counting process that the next batch, the second batch of mail ballots that will be loaded and posted, scheduled to at 11:55 p.m., that will be tens of thousands of ballots. They're still working through it, so narrowing that number down any further, not possible at this time. We'll continue working with it, but it will be tens of thousands of mail ballots that will be posted at 11:55, just before midnight, adding to what was the first batch, which ended up being 115,000 mail ballots, which is just narrowing the universe of what's outstanding, getting us closer and closer to, as John has been talking about, once you get that 50% of the 50% of the vote in, then you can really start seeing where things are headed. And what we're seeing in Philadelphia, they're not yet at 50%. They're getting closer to it. And these mail-in ballots, when they post at 11:55, will get them quite a bit more there.
All right, Kate, thanks so much. Let's go to the other side of the Commonwealth. Brian Todd's at the vote counting center outside Pittsburgh. Brian, what's the status of the vote there?
Jake, the bottom line is we're heading to the finish line very quickly here in Allegheny County. I'm with David Boyd, the election division's manager of the county. David, it's going to be counted all pretty soon, by midnight. About how much of the vote do you think will be in?
So I believe we're roughly 98% now as reported. I believe by midnight, we're at 89% reported. I believe by midnight we should be around 98.
And to clarify, just about all the mail-ins have been reported by now.
All the mail-ins that we have will be counted and tabulated this evening. The only thing that will not be are any military or overseas ballots, which they have an extra week to return their ballots, and they'll be scanned in later.
And an illustration right behind us of the votes coming in. Explain to our viewers what these are and where they're going to be put.
So these yellow bags are the physical paper ballots that voters have voted. They're put in these bags and sealed and locked. Seal numbers are traced for chain of custody, and they will be locked up and kept here.
Just how smoothly has it gone? Because we've heard that it's gone incredibly smoothly here in Allegheny.
So this crew that works here on Election Day, they've gotten really good at this since 2020. I mean, we posted our first batch of approximately 186,000 mail-in ballots by 8:02. And, by law in PA, we're not allowed to post any results before 8 o'clock.
Is there anything we can look to be outstanding after midnight tonight?
Just the provisional ballots, which we were sworn in on Friday to start our return board. That's our recount. That's when we'll start researching those provisionals, see how many we have, and start counting those. And again, like I said, the overseas and military ballots, this will count and get into the system next week.
Any sense of how many of those there are?
Less than 4,000 total.
Thank you very much. Great update. All right, guys, back to you. Allegheny County, close to the finish line here.
All right, Brian, thanks so much. Let's get more on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with Pamela Brown, who's at the voting desk. Pamela, take us through what is left to be counted, what's outstanding.
Well, it's a big question what's going on in the collar counties around Philadelphia. These are the blue-leaning collar counties that the Harris campaign has been trying to drive up turnout. That's Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery counties where results have been slowly coming in. So I just spoke to an official in Chester County. An official there tells me that they just released a large batch of mail-in ballots. So that release was 60,673, and by 1 a.m. I'm told they'll see more results from the precincts of today's in-person votes. You have to remember they have to take the memory card, drive it in. It's a large county. Now, total ballots counted so far, like this is the universe, right? It's 151,950. And then I should note the ballots cast in person today there in this key collar county is 91,277 per this official. Let's go over to Bucks County. This is another critical collar county, as John King has been talking about all night. I'm told results will trickle in as these data cards are being driven from the polling places. An official I was just in touch with, texting with there in Bucks, says so far over 90,000 mail-in ballots are accounted for in the results out of a possible total of 151,000. And I also want to note that the state will be required to report the outstanding early votes by midnight, so we should get a clearer picture soon there in this critical battleground Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Back to you.
All right, fascinating. And she was just talking about Bucks County. Walk us through Bucks County. This is where Harris had a couple of big events there, including that one with Liz Cheney, really making it play for Republican women, especially in Bucks County.
And for Haley voters. Nikki Haley got 155,000 votes in the Pennsylvania primary long after she was out of the race, so that was one piece of the competition. Two things to say about this. Number one, it's only half the vote. So if you just think we have about 200,000 more votes, right? This is 51%. It's 103 to 102. So you got roughly 200,000 votes still to come in. Bucks County is the most competitive of the collar counties. She's at 50%, the vice president, if you round up. Again, President Biden was at 52 if you round him up. You say that's not a huge difference, but Jake, you know the Commonwealth very well. In the competitive swing counties, a half a point or a point can matter, and right now that number's not good for the vice president.
Indeed. And CNN can bring you a projection now. Folks at home, CNN projects that the state of Oregon will go to Kamala Harris. As expected, Oregon, with its 8 electoral votes, will go to the Democrat Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at the electoral map. Right now, Donald Trump has 211 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Let's take a look at the key races now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris right behind him, 49.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a roughly 3,000 vote lead. That's with 51% of the estimated vote in from the state of Arizona. In Battleground, Wisconsin, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. 50.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 50,000 vote lead right now with 63% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with more than 165,000 more votes than Kamala Harris with more than 3/4, 76% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In Battleground, Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 131,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris. That's with 90% of the estimated vote in. So they got 10% to go there in Georgia, but Donald Trump in the lead. In North Carolina, another battleground, Donald Trump still in the lead there with 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 138,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris with an estimated 87% of the vote in. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris is in the lead, 50.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48% of the vote. Harris has a more than 40,000 vote lead over Donald Trump with 33% of the vote in there. John King?
So, Jake, just going through some of these counties in Pennsylvania, again, Joe Biden won the state. Let's go back and show you it. 81,000 votes, right? His birth state. He's from Delaware now, but he was born in Pennsylvania. That was one of the things that helped him, was because he was, as he liked to call himself, the scrappy kid from Scranton. So where are we now in 2024? I was just looking here. This is Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden was born. Scranton, Pennsylvania. You say, well, the vice president's winning it with 51%, but Donald Trump's at 48, right? So again, in a close battleground state, margins within some of these counties can matter. She's at 51. Joe Biden, 4 years ago, was at 54. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. You look at the margin there, you say, oh, that's only 9,000 votes, right? You know, if you're trying now, you're trying to make up this lead, right? That's 3,000 votes, a little less than that, a little more than that, maybe 3,000 votes. The reason it matters is you're trying to make up 173,000 votes, right? So when you're losing ground in each of these counties, it hurts. And so let's just come over here. This is Luzerne County. This is Trump country, Pennsylvania. Harris getting 42%, 43 if you want to round that up. Trump at 57. Again, 43 for the vice president, 42. So there she's competing, not so bad. There. So you're just looking for the pieces as you come through. Carbon County, 65 for Trump. 4 years ago, 72% for Trump. Now, that's white workers, blue-collar workers, high school educated workers. You want to check back in here. Lehigh County, vice president getting 52%. It's a little bit out here. Again, you're looking for population centers now. This is the 10th largest of the 67 counties. If you're the Harris campaign, you're looking at population centers trying to say what's left in the places where there are a lot of people. Modest amount of people in Lehigh Valley, but you see it right there. 52, just want to come back. Joe Biden's at 53. You see the pattern that continues, right? You know, I was saying Donald Trump has to improve his standing a point or two in the suburbs. She has to match Joe Biden in these close battleground states. And in a place that matters, blue-collar Pennsylvania, you don't see it right now. Some votes still to be counted. Maybe she makes it up. And so then the other point is, if you're losing places, can you make it up? Right? If you're losing in one piece of the state, can you make it up somewhere else? Look at Delaware County. He's getting 60% of the vote. Right? So it's only 70% counted. He's getting 60. Biden got 63, even in Delaware County, which is strongly Democratic. That was my last stop on all of the map tour. There. Again, there's time, right? There's 70% of the vote to come, but look at this, right? If you've got 70%, the most you're going to make up, if the percentages stay the same, you're going to make up somewhere in the ballpark of 15 or 20,000 votes, right? That's great. You're making up 15, 20,000 votes. His lead is 178,000 votes. So you're looking for places where you can make up a ton, which is why, to circle back to your hometown, what Kate Baldwin just told us is absolutely essential. It was Saturday morning in 2020 when that last installment from Philadelphia came in. The next installment will not be the last installment from Philadelphia, but she said tens and tens of thousands of votes, right? The Vice President of the United States is getting 77% of the vote right now in Philadelphia. They're approaching 70% reported. Right? To come back in time, the President of the United States is getting over 81% in Philadelphia. Again, this is your biggest basket of votes. The Democratic coalition, this is the foundation. There's no house for Democrats without the foundation of Philadelphia. At the moment, she is underperforming the President of the United States, and she has to make up 178,000 votes. The math there is pretty clear. It's not mission impossible, but the more you get deeper into the count, the question is, after this next big batch of votes from Philadelphia, does it become mission improbable? I think is what you're looking for as we wait for more votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And again, Trump wins Pennsylvania, the map gets near impossible. Not impossible, but near impossible.
There have been stories written a week or two ago about Democrats in Philadelphia sounding the alarm and basically using the press to send a message to the Harris campaign that they didn't think that the Harris campaign was listening to Philadelphia Democrats enough about the need to improve the margins. And just, Donald Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020, but he improved his vote count in Philly from 2016 to 2020, and it looks like he's doing that again tonight, even while improving his margins in the collar counties as opposed to what happened 4 years ago.
Well, we don't have the raw numbers yet, obviously, because we're at 70%, but he's at 22 if you round that up, 117,000 votes. Let's just go back and look. He's certainly on track to. If he keeps the percentage he's at now, right, he's at 18% there, he had 132,000 votes. He's at 117,000 votes, and he's still got 30% commit. So it sure looks like he's overperforming 2020. We're not done yet. But it sure looks like that. And then, so the analysis afterwards will be, who is it? Is it black voters in Philadelphia? There are some suburban areas outside of Philadelphia there. There are some affluent white voters there as well. But that will be the analysis afterwards. The thing that strikes me is we're going through these states. The thing you heard in the last week from the Harris people is that we're on the ground. Our labor allies are on the ground. Our progressive groups are on the ground. Our LGBTQ groups are on the ground. We're knocking on doors, and we don't see the Trump people anywhere. Trump did sort of contract out his get out the vote. I was in 7 or 8 of these battleground states in the last couple of weeks. We didn't see many Trump people out there at all, just doing phone banks. But what happened in 2016 is Trump's support was organic. It was organic. And so, the Trump campaign says, texts and phone calls work to turn out voters. Democrats think it's knocking on the doors. If this map holds up, that's going to be a big conversation about motivating and turning out voters in this technology age. What works best? What kind of contact works best? Or, the vice president's campaign, they say she only had 110 days. She didn't have enough time to introduce herself. Or, that part, we're not done yet. But that's what's going to happen. If that happens, who's the finger pointing in the Democratic Party? We're not there yet, but as you watch this map fill in, another thing that is distinctive at the moment, we're not done yet. In 2 presidential elections, Donald Trump has lost the popular vote both times. At the moment, he's 5.1 million votes ahead. We're just starting to count in our most populous state. So there's a long way to go, and that could change. But that would be a trophy if Donald Trump wins this election. That would be a trophy he would very much like to claim after losing the popular vote in 2 elections in a row.
And you also know there are people in the senior echelons of the Trump campaign who say that they still do direct mail. Because there's seniors, you can't reach seniors through texting and emails. That the way to reach them is with direct mail, which a lot of people in politics today laugh off. But guess who votes more than young people? Seniors. Sarah Seidner. Let's go to Wisconsin if you can, because I want to bring in Sarah Seidner, who's at a vote counting center in Milwaukee right now. With 66% of the vote in, Donald Trump is in the lead there with 50.6%. In Wisconsin in general, Kamala Harris with 47.8%. Donald Trump right now in the lead by almost 60,000 votes. Sarah, you have officials with you. You can tell us about the outstanding vote in Wisconsin. Still about a third of the state's vote is outstanding. What can you tell us?
Yeah, we just heard a big cheer go up here in Milwaukee at the central count, as they call it, because all the wards are finally reported. So they are counting these ballots as fast as they can. They do believe they're going to be able to give some kind of idea of this count after midnight. It will not take the extra 2 or 3 hours. They thought it might because of that problem with what happened with the tabulators, which, by the way, are right behind me, one of them. All 13 of them, there was an issue. A door was not locked, and so they, out of an abundance of caution, decided that they were going to rerun through the absentee ballots, 30,000 of them, but they've been able to do that, and now there are about 80,000 of 108 325,000 that have already been processed. All right, with me now, we have Patricia Ruiz-Cantu and Douglas Haig, Republican, Democrat. Both of them are on the Milwaukee Election Commission. First of all, how are things going, and do you think we're going to find out something soon?
We will. I think things are going really well, even though we had a little hiccup. But, as we united, all the workers and the parties, I think that it's extremely important that we were in the same page and that we had an agreement and everything is going well.
What did you make of this? I know Ron Johnson came out, a Republican, and was very, upset with all of this and was sort of making hay about it. What were your thoughts on what happened with these machines?
Well, there was a human error in part of it. So when it was caught, we just simply did a rerun on with the processing of the tabulators, and even probably some of the tabulators should have seen it, but it was caught by one of the observers who brought it to the executive director's attention, and it was acted upon immediately. We took care of it, And yes, we anticipated much further delay than we are, but I think we're right on schedule where we anticipate to be earlier. And true, if you can see around and look at the poll workers at work, we both have Democrats and Republicans working side by side. And many of them have been doing this for many years, and they've become very efficient about it, and they're with the integrity from each group. So I think we're going to be getting those numbers fairly soon. I don't want to say as early as we would like, but I think it's going to be earlier than what we thought before we had the hiccup, so to speak.
Just to both of you, what do you think of this, the number of voters? Are you seeing the numbers larger than in 2020, and what are you seeing now?
I'm not seeing as large as I thought before. But most of us were going out to the polls earlier too. The polls were a steady, nice flow. What I did see is a high volume of same-day registrations. That would seem to be a much more increase at all the polling sites, and not just one geographical area, whether it be whatever demographics, but it was all over that was encompassed. And I talked to each chief inspector, and that is the area that I saw a much increase in the participation of same-day registration.
Same-day registration. We saw that also in Cedarburg today. A lot of people coming and registering and voting. Thank you both so much. We should just make very clear, you heard it here from a Republican and a Democrat who are election commissioners, that there is agreement. This is going to be a free and fair election here in Milwaukee. People are watching every single bit of this and agreeing that things are going as smoothly as possible after that hiccup earlier today.
All right, Sarah Seidner in Milwaukee, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's take a look at Milwaukee and Wisconsin at large. Donald Trump in the lead with 66% of the vote in the state in general. Tell me about the WOW counties, if you could.
You're right around Milwaukee, or the WOW. So let me get to it just a second. Just for interesting, number one, we've learned about Senator Johnson in recent years. He likes to put out press releases before he knows what the facts are. Sorry, it just happens to be true, especially about voter integrity. That's how it's supposed to work. Democrat and Republicans standing side by side, Democrats and Republicans throughout the room. They're fine. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They had a human error. We're all human, and they're fixing it. Right? That's how it works. Sometimes it needs to wait a little while, but you have people in the room, eyeballs, both parties, eyeballs on everything. Everything's going to be fine. But the point Mr. Hague made at the end is instructive to me in the sense that if you come to here, you're down, you're the vice president, you're losing by just shy of 60,000 votes. This is the number one county. It is 17%, 17% of the state population. You're getting 66%, so you say, okay, there's still 40% of the vote to come in. But Mr. Hague just made a point. He said anything turnout was great. Let's see what these final numbers are, because if you look at that number right there, you look at 176,000, right? When Joe Biden carried Wisconsin 4 years ago, he said 317,000, and it's 69% of the vote, right? So 317,000 and 69% of the vote. He's at 66% of the vote, and the raw math, right? You need a higher percentage, but you need that raw math to overcome what is happening in all this red, right? Especially, one more check and I'll get you through your wows. Dane County is 95% in, right? This is Madison, this is the University of Wisconsin. Young voters, college area, tends to be more liberal. 74% for her, 242,000. Again. Biden's number's higher, and the math is higher. That's what happens in battle. That's how you win or lose battleground states.
Get out the vote and get out the vote and
right,
with a higher percentage.
Right. And so in a state won by 20,000 votes, you saw the margin even just right there. So let's go to the WOW. You're going to go to Waukesha County, which just here recently, right? This is a place the Harris campaign was hoping, hey, women, you don't have to tell your husband who you're going to vote for. If you believe in reproductive freedom in a conservative county, vote Harris. Just don't tell your husband that. This is one of the places they thought the Dobbs decision, reproductive freedom, abortion rights, would help them cut into the margins. Well, we're at 91%. We'll see. But 40% is her number. If you round that up, we'll go back in time. It's a tiny bit, but it's not a significant jump from where the president was 4 years ago. And Trump's at 50, 60% if you round up then. He's at 59. So a little bit, maybe a tiny inroads there for her. So you're moving around up here. You go up to Washington County. This is a big 70% of the vote here for Trump. Let's just double check it and come back.
He improved.
Up a little bit. He improved a little bit. And then you come over here to the O. I did wow backwards for you there. I put the O at the end.
Yeah.
But you go over to Ozaki here, and the former president is at 55% of the vote in 2020, and he's at 56, roughly the same, but a little bit, So Trump is not underperforming. It's maybe within the margins, but when you see that, well behind where President Biden was, and now you're waiting on this. I mean, there are some other small things. Let's take a look and see what else is out there. But as you can see, the biggest thing is here, and some of these votes out here, if you're in the Trump campaign, we're talking about can she come back? But if you're in the Trump campaign, you're also saying who's pushing? Is there more coming in for us? And the answer is yes.
They got all that great data.
The answer is yes when you look up there. So the next thing we learned from Milwaukee is how many votes, what is her percentage, how does it affect the statewide math, and then how much is left? How much is left? In your biggest area, you have to turn it up. Because then again, I just want to come up here and look at this. Again, Brown County, this is Green Bay, blue-collar workers. Trump's getting 61, the vice president's getting 37 or 38 if you want to round that up. That matters.
Oh my God,
that matters.
He almost shot almost 10 points, 9 points.
In a battleground state, he's up and she's down. In a place where if you're the Harris campaign, the Biden campaign, you're not going to win here. You're not going to win here. But if you make it that race, if you make it that close instead of that close, you get a better result. Period. It's simple math.
Let's go on to the third of the blue wall states, Michigan. Jim Sciutto is at a vote counting center in Detroit. And Jim, you have an update on the vote in Wayne County. Tell us.
Well, let me tell you, we've been in touch with the Secretary of State's office really every few minutes here, trying to figure out when we're going to get another batch of Detroit, of course, the surrounding Wayne County votes. And we're told very soon. They won't put a figure on very soon, but very soon. They're working hard, calculating those numbers, counting those votes, and that there have been no issues. They're not encountering any issues with machines, etc. This is just a process of getting the work done. We've also been in touch with Macomb County, where we were outside of Detroit earlier today. They are also expecting, they say, another batch of votes to be reported quite soon. And here where we are in Detroit, this is the location where they've been counting the absentee ballots. Just in the last hour, another 2,500 or so absentee ballots came in. That brings us pretty much to the end of the 100,000 that they've expected. At some point in the next hour, we'll see another U-Haul truck come in with the remaining absentee ballots that they've collected from drop boxes around the city here. And they've been counting as they've been going. Remember, because they started counting last Monday, they didn't have to wait till Election Day. So those numbers will be done soon. I will say the Secretary of State told me earlier this evening that she's moving up her expectation that by midday tomorrow they could report final unofficial results, saying she believes they might be able to do that tonight, perhaps after midnight in the next couple of hours. But of course, they'll have to get those Wayne County numbers done first. I should note, the Secretary of State just walked in here to monitor the counting of those absentee ballots as she's been doing at precincts around the state.
All right, Jim Sciutto, thank you so much. Jim Sciutto in Detroit. John, it's 2024. They only have 16% reported in Wayne County, home of Detroit.
One of the things you look for in life is consistency.
Death taxes, Wayne County,
Wayne County, Gary, Indiana, they're consistent. This is my 10th presidential election, and it's the 10th time you've been counting late in the night and you're saying, hello, Detroit, hello. It's the way it is. But, you see the Secretary of State's there, Jim is there. Again, that's nothing nefarious. It's just inefficiency, to your point about if you live in a technological age. And Jim just said, they changed the law in Michigan so you could count some of the early votes, beforehand, and then release them after the polls close. So it adds to the why. But right now, let's focus on the what, which is an 86,000 vote, almost 87,000 vote lead for the former president, again, in one of the states he flipped in. We'll pull it out to make sure I'm right. Yes, he's leading in all three of them now.
Oh, wait, that changed while we were talking. She was ahead in Michigan, and now she is no longer ahead. Now Donald Trump is in the lead. Right now, not all the votes are counted, but right now he's leading in all three blue wall states.
Plus North Carolina, plus Georgia, plus Arizona, plus Nevada. We're not done with the count.
But this is right now the map of 2016.
That is the map of 2016, and that is the 5-alarm fire inside the Harris campaign to get on the phone. Again, we're not done, and we lived through 2020. And I want to say it again, slowly and clearly. 2020, this time of night, there were states that changed, and they were largely, Pennsylvania changed, Trump was ahead. In Georgia, things have changed. There's not as many mail ballots out there as in 2020, so I would not expect as dramatic a swing. The question then becomes, go state by state, county by county, is the map there? And, I'm making these, I'm trying to be fair and trying to be, possible, it's possible. When you're leading in all of them and you're Trump, that's what you're seeing in the headquarters. So maybe they're not going to win them all. Right? Maybe they're not going to win them all. But they're leading in all right now. So let's just look at what happened here. They come on in. Number one, it's the small rural counties. When they fill in again, you say, oh, that's not a lot of votes. Well, that's a lot of votes when you have it there, and then you have it here, and then you have it again here. You're getting 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 in all these little counties. 120 votes there. That's only 5% reporting. You say, oh, that's not much. It's a lot when you think that you go into a state and you have all these counties, and then the question is, so what are the Democratic margins, right? You've got 83 counties in the state of Michigan. So 56%, we're about halfway through in Kent County. It's the Grand Rapids suburbs, and she's running a little bit ahead of the president there. But, Jake, the big question in Michigan is, when do those Wayne County votes come in, and what do they do to the statewide total?
All right, John. Well, CNN has a major projection. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This is the first of 7 battleground states that we're keeping an eye on, and we are calling it for Donald Trump. What does that mean for the electoral count? Donald Trump now has 227 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153. 270 are needed to win. Let's go to Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida, where we find Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin, CNN is now calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. This is the first of 7 battleground states that the campaign is watching with eagle eyes.
Yeah, Jake, remember when I told you a few hours ago that it was going to be seen as a gut check for the Trump campaign? Listen here, it's a bit of a delay, but your call is playing right now over the loudspeakers in the room, Jake. You can hear the party here, the partygoers gathered at the convention center here in West Palm Beach cheering as your call is coming on the screen. They have been glued to CNN for the last several moments, watching John King at the map, going over each of these numbers. But North Carolina is an important benchmark for the Trump campaign because they were watching it to get a gut check for how they believe the rest of the evening could go. And I can tell you that what I'm hearing from Trump campaign sources is they are increasingly confident as the night is going on. Still not certain, of course, watching those very important blue wall states and to see what they look like. And so that is going to be the big question here as they continue to keep an eye on Pennsylvania, on Michigan, on Wisconsin as this is moving forward. Jake, I will tell you that we're seeing more people from the Mar-a-Lago party come over here to the Trump headquarters where this party is going to be held. But also, some Republicans are flying into Palm Beach. We just heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was watching the results come in with his constituents back in Shreveport. He is now headed here tonight because he is predicting a bigger Republican margin in the House, a Republican takeover of the Senate, and he says he believes a Republican is going to win the White House, therefore Donald Trump, Jake. Obviously, still waiting to see, but a noticeable shift here in the mood at the Trump headquarters.
All right, Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach at Trump HQ. Thank you so much. So, the first of the 7 battleground states to fall, CNN projecting North Carolina for Donald Trump.
This was the most probable pickup for Kamala Harris, if that was the world in which we were living. That is why Donald Trump went down there multiple times in the last 24 or 48 hours of the campaign. And it clearly did not happen for Kamala Harris. And Trump, he's telling his people, I'm told, and just like we heard from Caitlin, that this is something that portends well for the future. We don't know what it means for the other states, but what we do know is even more evidence that that blue wall is the path for Kamala Harris.
And that path is just more and more narrow, I think we're seeing as the night goes on. But also, so many people thought that perhaps this would be an election that in tenor and tone would be closer to the midterms, a big conversation about abortion. That is not where it's going. It seems like they're seeing that male turnout is starting to produce what the campaign wanted.
I think a lot of us came into tonight wondering, was it going to feel more like 2016 or 2020? And 4 years ago, I was at Fox, and at almost exactly this moment, at 11:20 p.m., we made the very controversial call. They made the very controversial call of Arizona. And that changed the whole feeling. And that's one of the reasons the Trump campaign was so furious about that call, because it was the first flip and the first indication that maybe it was going to be different in 2016. Right now, and look, there's a lot of voting to count, and states to be called. But right at this moment, this does feel more like 2016 than 2020.
It is interesting, and the fact that we're calling it at this point is also significant because I don't think North Carolina was called last time 4 years ago until maybe a week after the election, or it was certainly after Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania came on Saturday. I think North Carolina was Sunday or Monday. The fact that we are making this call now suggests that
everybody to the Wild Wild West, a state that's untouchable like Elliot Ness. The track hits your eardrum like a slug to your chest, like a vest for your Jimmy in the city of sex. We in that sunshine state where the bomb ass him be, the state where you never find a dance floor empty and pimp speed. On a mission for them greens, lean, mean, money making machines, serving fiends. I've been in the game for 10 years making rap tunes. Ever since Honeys was wearing Sassoon, now it's 95 and they clock me and watch me diamond shining, looking like a Rob Liberace. It's all good from Diego to the Bay. Your city is the bomb if your city making pay. Throw up a finger if you feel the same way. Straight putting it down for California, yeah. West Coast. That's right. Tell me when to go. 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 Jesus Christ had trips, so shake 'em. I ain't got none, but I'm planning on growing some. Imagine all the Hebrews going dumb, dancing on top of chariots and turning tight ones. Ooh, tell me when to go. Talking on my Getro on my way to the south. My second or third trip. Some Henny, some Swishers, and some Listerine strips. Dr. Green Thumb lips just to ease my thoughts. Not just the cops, but the homies you gotta watch. The moon is full, look at the dark cloud. Sitting in my scraper watching Oakland going wild, ta-down. I don't dump mainstream, I knock underground. All that other sugar-coated and watered down. I'm from the Bay where we hyphy and go dump. From the oil where them rappers be getting they lingo from. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go.
Hey, Monster on the beat, both any rap. He a free throw, man down, call like Amber Lambs. Tell him free, bro. Nail it to the cross, he walk around like Tizo. What's up with these jabroni? Trying to see Compton. The industry can hate me. For Marlon, they mama. How many options you really got? I mean, it's too many options. I'm finna pass on this body, I'm John Stockton. Beat your and hide the Bible if God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with him. Walking down whole time, I know he got some on him. Pull on him, extort, bully the flow on him. Say Drake, I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to cell block 1. To any that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell me Chubb's the only one that get your hand-me-downs. And party at the party playing with his nose now. And Baca got a weird case, why is he around? Certified lover boys, certified pedophiles. Wop, 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 wop. That up. Wop, 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 wop. I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor. They not like us. 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 You think the Bay gon' let you disrespect Pop? I think that Oakland show will be your last stop.
She touch her toes like what? Like, Till the summertime, she tryna have some fun. If you a freak, do your thing, don't run. Don't do no running. It's summertime, yeah, we ain't cuffin'. Finna take this little chick, yeah, man ain't on nothing. Forget pound town, tryna go to Soul City. Your chick turned up, she said, can you come and get me? Like what? Okay, let's get it. I just messed up the whole program. I beat her off the wall, knocked her down, get nasty on cam. She know I love her right. All night, alright. Turn off the lights, I'm beating like a mic. Tell her don't run from this pipe. Let me see you run it up. Go ahead, shake some. Your chick going down, she put my chains on. Got her going crazy, legs shaking, watch her move. Or you gotta run it up, not the one who made the rules. Left, right, let me see you do it. Left, do it, right, do it. Left, do it, right, do it. Left, do it, right, do it. Left, run it up, go stupid, run it up. Left, run it up, run it up, run it up. Go ahead, run it up. Right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Run it up.
Let's go.
Wow. It's your folks, Soldier Boy, tell them I'm in the building. Everybody get on the dance floor. This girl got a thong. She's gonna shake it all night. Wow. Wow. She got a thong. 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 Shake out, 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 well, shake out, well, shake out, well, shake out, well. She got a thong. Watch her hit the flow. I like the way she move and the way she snap and roll. Yeah, going down. I got 5,000 one. Me, you, and you. We about to have fun. Now go and make it clap. That right there. Turn it on something that match my shirt. I like her. I want them to do that over her.
There's a fire starting in my heart. Reaching a fever pitch, bringing me out the dark. Finally, I can see you crystal clear. Go ahead and sell me out, and I'll lay your ship bare. See, I'll leave with every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things say money, yo, we made it. It feels so good in my hood tonight. The summertime skirts and the guys ain't tonight. All the gangbangers forgot about the drive-by. You gotta get your groove on before you go get paid. So tip up your cup and throw your hands up and let me hit a party. Say, I'm kind of buzzed and it's all because this is how we do it. South Central does it like nobody does. This is how we do it. To all my neighbors, you got much flavor. This is how we do it. Let's flip the crack in the old school bag. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. All hands are in the air and wave on from here to there. If you're an OG Mac or a wannabe player, you see the hood's been good to me ever since I was a lowercase G. But now I'm a big G. The girls see I got the money, $100 bills, y'all. If you were from where I'm from, then you would know that I gotta get mine in a big black truck. You can get yours in a 6-4. Whatever it is, the party's underway. So tip up your cup, up your cup, up your cup.
It's driving me out of my mind. That's why it's hard for me to find. Can't get it out of my head. Miss her, kiss her, love her. That girl is.
Yeah, Spider-Man and freezing, full effect. You ready, Ron? I'm ready. You ready, Dave? I'm ready, Slick. Are you? Oh yeah, take it down.
Girl, I must warn you. I sense something strange in my mind.
Yo,
Situation is. Let's cure it 'cause we're running out of time.
tell him, Rick.
It's all so relationships they seem from the start. It's all so when love is not together from the heart.
Check it out.
It's driving me out of my mind. That's why it's hard for me to find. Can't get it out of my head. Miss her, kiss her, love
Wrong
her.
move, you're dead.
That girl is never trust a big butt and smile. That girl is
If I were you, I'd take precaution.
before I step to meet my girl. You know, 'cause in some you'll think she's the best thing in the world. She's so she'll drive you right out of your mind. Steal your heart when you're blind. Beware, she's scheming. She'll make you think you're dreaming. You'll fall in love and you'll be screaming. It's driving me out of my mind. That's why it's hard for me to find. Can't get it out of my head. Miss her, kiss her, love her. That girl is. It's driving me out of my mind. It's driving me out of my head. It's driving me out of my mind. Miss her,
P.O.P.P.A. no info for the DEA. Federal agents mad cause I'm flagrant. Tap my cell and the phone in the basement. My team supreme, stay clean. Triple beam, lyrical dream. I'll be that. Catch your seat at all events bent. Gats in holsters, girls on shoulders. Playboy, I told ya, me and Mike's to me. Lose too much, I lose too much. Step on stage, girls boo too much. I go especially with lame dudes too much. Me lose my touch. while I give your girl an eye. Play it please, lyrically, nigga C, B-I-G-B flossing, jig on the cover of Fortune, 500. Here's my phone number, your man, I got the know, I got the dough, got the flow down, pizzazz, platinum plus, like that, dangerous, on Trizak, leave you ass pizzazz.
Got a girl who takes her time, you must know the pace, you can't mess with her mind. She feels the same, she'll let you know, just prepare yourself and be ready to go. And I hope this message stays in your mind, cause you almost lost a girl who was right on time. There's one more thing that you got to know, just cool it down and stay in control. Cool it down, you got to cool it down. Watch out, you're gonna lose control. You better slow it down.
Skip the beat, nah. While cooling on South Street, jet black band, plenty of friends, and all the Philly steaks you can eat. Back in school, we used to dream about this every day. Could it really happen? Or do dreams just fade away? Yeah. Then we started singing the bass and it sounds smooth. Then we started a group and here we are, kicking it just for you.
Yo, these four new jacks is real smooth on a harmony tip. Nate Mike Shine one, you know the mentality. Keep flipping the gift.
The spotlight is on us now. Watch us do this. Live and direct from Philly town. Rapping hype and we can get down. We are ready to roll, so now the world will know that we roll. Back in school we used to dream about this every day. Could it really happen? Or did you?
This a reminder. This a reminder.
Damn, I love the burning of the dagger from the words that you say. Oh, yeah. Dancing in the mirror, kiss my scars because I love what they make. Oh, yeah. She's a god, she's a hero. She survived all she been through. Confident, damn, she lethal. Might I suggest you don't mess with my sis? Cause she comfortable in my skin. Cozy with who I am. Comfortable in my skin. Cozy, comfortable in my skin. Feet up above your sins. Cozy with who I am. Cozy. Now love me. They hate me because they want me. I'm dark brown, dark skin, light skin, beige, fluorescent beige. I'm black. Been down, been up, been broke down, bounce back. Been off, been on, been back. What you know about that? Been the light, been dark, been the truth, been that king, be energy. I've been thick, been fine, still a 10, still here, that's all me. Black love 2D, dance to the soles of my feet. Green eyes, envy me. Thank the world, pink, blue like the soul I crowned. Purple drink and coat to a gown. Four fangs and shade God made. Blue, black, white, and brown. Paint the town red like cinnamon. Yellow diamonds, limoncello, glycerin. Rainbow, gelato in the streets. Renaissance, yachting in Capri. You're a god, a hero. You survived all you've been through. Confident, damn, you're lethal. Might I suggest you don't mess with my sis? Cause she comfortable.
Cause I'm all white, cause I'm all Mr. White, now you heard me, Fox a minute, y'all. This would be the remix. Badass, savage life, Fox a minute, y'all. Man, you already know what it is, you heard me? We still riding on chrome. We still pulling up, man, look. I pull up at the club, VIP, gas tank on, even all drinks on me. White, fresh kicks, fresh white, tall teeth, fresh NFL heads, fresh bows with the grease. White, wanna hit me with the heat, real recognize, real wipe me down. Y'all cause put my all killer, get you itchy, and whoever fall with cause I'm on wipe me down. 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 Cause I'm on BOONIEPADATT. That's me. Wipe me down. Red bone caramels all alongside the stair. I don't know I'm trying to steal my underwear. Wipe me down. On my mama, on my hood, I look fly, yeah, I look good. Touch my swag, wish you could. I look fly, yeah, I look good. On my mama, on my hood, I look fly, yeah, I look good. Touch my swag, wish you could. I look fly, yeah, I look good. I look good. I look good. I look good. Yeah, I look good. I look good. I look good. I look good. 100 on the neck, well, 50 on the stopwatch, staring at the diamonds, make you bust it, baby, hopscotch. Over here to my spot, say she wanna party. I do it big, baby, like my LRG. Show the air hardy when I'm feeling like a rock band. 87 jeans and white tee when on the block, man. Jay still rocking, Fortune still moving. Chuck Taylor's killing, IR still grooving. Locs on my face, but that's just the front. Take them off and show the haters when I wanna stun. Get you hot like a blunt, rolling up the bed. Fruity Pebbles got her hands rolling up my chest with me. You don't wanna mess, ain't touch mine. $1,000 bandana make you throw the white flag. Get it to the whip game, I'ma have to brag. Play grain woman and swing bang, make you mad, man. On my mama, on my hood, I look fly, yeah, I look good. Touch my swag, wish you could. I look fly, yeah, I look good. I look good. I look good. I look good. Yeah, I look good. I look good. I look good. I look good. I look good.
I put in work after hour. Concert, big sticks, we slang, free, roll. Do your thing, man. Let's hummus, jets, Rolex, moon, sex, television, head, rest, 20 inches, nothing less. Every day, ice out, shorty, play, lights out. M, period, fresh, comma, your wife is my baby mama. Mother, woo, she's a good, oh, what the, hold on, everybody, get your roll on. Everybody get your roll on. Everybody get your roll on. What? Everybody get your roll on. Everybody get your roll on. What? Everybody get your roll on. Everybody get your roll on. What? Everybody get your roll on. Everybody get your roll on.
Ladies on the floor, and my ladies on the floor. Get you ready to get it in. Drop down low and set the flow with it. Drop down low and set the flow with it. Drop down low and set the flow with it. Drop down low and set the flow with it. Do the uh-oh, do the uh-oh, do the uh-oh, 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 oh no no uh-oh, do the uh-oh, do the uh-oh, uh-oh, oh no no. Pat your weed, ladies. Pat your weed, ladies. Pat your weed, pat your weed, ladies. Pat your weed, ladies. Tick, 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 fight. Now tick, 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 fight. Now tick, 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 fight. Now tick, 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 fight. Now pose for the camera now, flick, flick, flick. 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 Doing old school dance and old school dance and old school dance, doing old school. Doing old school dance and old school dance, doing old school dance with old school. Stop. Now cool off, cool off. Cool off, cool off. Drop. And cool off, cool off. Cool off, cool off. Run it back, girl. Run it back, girl. Work your head, touch the floor. Run it back. Run it back, girl. Run it back, girl. Work your head, touch the floor. Run it back. Drop to your knees, arch your back, girl. Shake, shake it like that, alley cat. Drop to your knees, arch your back, girl. Shake, shake it like that, alley cat. Shake your derriere and bury on. Shake your derriere and house
Stop, drop, shut them down, open up shop. Oh, no, that's how riders roll. Stop, drop, shut them down, open up shop. Oh, no, that's how
I put the new 4Gs on the G. I trap into the bloody bottoms is underneath. Cause I'm like, got it out the street. I keep 100 racks inside my G. I remember hitting them all with the whole team. Now I can't answer calls cause I'm balling. I was waking up getting racks in the morning. I was broke, now I'm rich deep. Salty.
Let's go get them shots. Hey, 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 hey. Show me what you got, little mama. Show me what you got, pretty lady. Show me what you got, shawty. Show me what you got, baby. Hands up and wave, 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 and wave. Get a drum or some. I already gave the summer some. It's the winter's turn. Hobie Ho is the coldest. I just get better with time. I'm like Opus. One, young, no two alike like a snowflake. Okay, show me what you got, babe. Words are slurring, engine purring. Mommy front, but I'm so determined. Shots up a drone, now she in the zone. I ain't talking about the 2-3. Mommy in the zone like the homie 2-3. Jordan and chain, make no difference. We all ballin' the same. I am the Mike Jordan of recording. You might wanna fall back from recording. She right, it's not important, so it forced him to go for the hype. For being brave, they may applaud him. But misery, I will assure them. Baby, just ignore them. Truth or dare, mommy, listen and learn. I got a drop, I just took up the top. It's your turn. Hey.
3 in the morning, the pancake house. Come on. 4 in the morning, we'll be rolling to my house. 5 in the morning, the lights go out. 6 in the morning, you can hear us start to shout. 7 in the morning, she'll be calling the cab. 8 in the morning, talking about the pussy head. 9 in the morning, then she's just getting home. Talking about the overnight scenario. 3 in the morning, the pancake house. 4 in the morning, we'll be rolling to my house. 5 in the morning, the lights go out. 6 in the morning, you can hear us start to shout. 7 in the morning, she'll be calling the cab. 8 in the morning, talking about the pussy head. 9 in the morning, then she's just getting home. Talking about the overnight scenario. Hey, Michael Brown. Yeah, the overnight scenario. Never said I. The overnight scenario. Hey, River Turn. Say what? The overnight scenario. Hey, cut away. Hey, overnight scenario. One more time, come on.
Ladies, you know what I'm saying? I think y'all, you know what I'm saying? Roll with it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Up and up in here tonight, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, hey, true. What?
Give me your number, girl.
Hey, Susie Wan. Come on.
Sexy lady, I wanna rock your world.
Let's go, Trey.
Sexy lady,
Hey, you on our team?
give me your number, girl.
Come I keep it running. Bad than a mother. Oh, now. You're a bad girl. Baby, if you're a bad girl. Players, when you see me, act like you know me. I keep $1 worth of dimes. You know, pimping ain't easy. For all my chicks in the club, who knows how to cut a rug? If you're a bad girl, get at me, bad girl. Work me, baby. Shaking it the way I like. I'm ready to be bad. I need a bad girl. Say yeah. Get at me, bad girl. What sexy lady coming on with me tonight? I'm ready to be bad. I need a bad girl. Bad baby, get at me, bad. Glorilla.
It's 7 p.m. Friday. It's 95 degrees. I ain't got no, and no nigga ain't got me. Let's go. I'm about to show my these love freak how the is that your man? If he right here with me, turned up with my, turned up with my, turned up in my shows, yeah, 'cause I got that blick. 60,000 fans came to see me do my dance. Got 1,000,001 haters, and they y'all can kiss my. Turned up with my, turned up with my. Turned up in my shows, yeah, 'cause I'm right here with me. Off a fifth of hand, getting up with my twin. Got a backwood full of sock and a bankroll full of beans. All that Twitter typing. Crop top with some biker shorts, I'm showing up. Today, I'm outside with your pay. Got a brown with waves. He gon' drop that net. Fake nails, press, so high, damn the red. I keep fresh, Jesus shirt on wet. Who wants smoke? Say what? Get that off your chest. Turned up with my, turned up with my, turned up in my shows, yeah, 'cause I got that blick. 60,000 fans came to see me do my dance. Got 1,000,001 haters, and they y'all can kiss my. It's 7 p.m. Friday. It's 95 degrees. I ain't got no, and no, I ain't got me. Let's go. I'm about to show my love freak. Is that your man? He right here.
Poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA. I got hustle, though ambition flow inside my DNA. I was born like this, it's born like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, wish out you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts a kiss to bed. This that I got realness, I just push, cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA. I just win again, then win again, like Wimbledon I serve. Yeah, that's him again, the sound that engine in is like a bird. You see fireworks and Corvette tires skirt the boulevard. I know how you work, I yeah. Hey, I remember syrup sandwiches and crumb allowances, finessing on them with some counterfeits, but now I'm counting this. Parmesan with my accountant allowances, finessing on them with some counterfeits, but now I'm counting this. Parmesan with my accountant lips, in fact I'm down in this. You say with my boo babe tastes like Kool-Aid for the analyst. Girl, I can buy your Westie world with my base stuff. I know that it's good, won't you sit it on my taste buds? I get way too petty once you let me do the extras. Pull up on your block and break it down, we playing Tetris. AM to the PM, PM to the AM phone. Eat up your per diem, you just gotta hate them phone. If I quit your BM, I still rock Mercedes phone. If I quit this season, I still be the greatest phone. My left stroke just went viral. Right stroke put a baby in a spiral. Soprano C, we like to keep it on the high note. It's levels to it, you and I know. Tell them be humble. Sit down. 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 Be humble. Sit down.
Don't know why I came in this club with you, girl. Don't know why I came in with the diamonds on my chain. Surrounded by bad, on my face. Is it cause I'm handsome and wealthy? Is it cause I look like a professor? I don't know how you feel, can you tell me? I won't know how you feel till you tell me. Can you tell me? Is it cause I'm handsome and
His name is Cheese. They say they don't with me, but I say they can't with me. Just like the air, I'm everywhere. How you say it so pop. You would think I went to school for chiropractic. Looking good as hell today, just sent my 5 text. Why'd you come from me about a man? You back, but they come at me about too. I don't even find attractive. I don't know that I just seen them on the town before. I can't be up in her face, I took her down before. When I lose a I just pop out and go find some more. Soon as I feel like my time get wasted, then it's time to go.
Riding with my twin and them, and we all look good. She said she my eye, but I don't know her. Had to look her up. I know that I'm rich, but I can help it. I'm hood as fuck. I've been on these next so long, sometimes I fucking stuck. I can put you in my business. You might wish me dead tomorrow. Be on today, sing every word of up tomorrow. I still got cases open. Keep your mouth shut tomorrow. Play with me today, then get some sleep. You know it's up tomorrow. Fake, that's why my friend on your. Both you. Yeah, I think y'all should scissor. She bought a chain, I bought the same one, even bigger. She throwing shots, that's how I know I got a trigger. I don't speak dog, I don't care what no say. I stay on her mind, I got condos in that head. She said she don't f with me, who said that you can't? That munching, he gon' eat me like a mango. Long teeth, it be tickling my crack. Wonder what I do tomorrow that these will be mad at. Oh yeah, sweet, and I always get my lick boo. I got for my then I'm fighting over that.
Can't say your name up in my songs, might not with you tomorrow. Can't get my feelings hurt today, I won't give a tomorrow. If the buy no credit score, I might be rich tomorrow. Every day the sun won't shine, but that's why I love tomorrow. Can't say your name up in my songs, might not with you tomorrow. Can't get my feelings hurt today, I won't give a tomorrow. If the buy no credit score, I might be rich tomorrow. Every day the sun won't shine, but that's why I love tomorrow. Brand new. It's acting like they running they really ran through. I spend that 500 before I ever trap you. They thought I was gonna fall off. I hate to bring you bad news. Through so many racks, a bitch can't even see the flow. From Atlanta to LA, the only time I'm back and forth. Cheap make you pee, rich get you both. Gave a Bentley to valet and let that dry the boat. Let me pop off. Leave the club, sloppy drunk, come home and get my rocks off. Heard from the south, he tryna see me knock his socks off. Told him, meet me at the top, think they got lost. I'm on go like Grizz. She thought I would kiss her, she must ain't took a mess. Around my neck, it cost her arm and leg.
set for life, I let them get me pregnant. I done it all, feel like shot it low. Laughing to the pain, but shit is not a joke. Say she got a problem, imaginary smoke. Set it up, then put it on the floor. I done it all, feel like shot it low. Laughing to the pain, but shit is not a joke. Say she got a problem, imaginary smoke. Set it up, then put it on the floor. I don't know what y'all been told. Bet your mans know if you don't, what's happening? Put a ribbon on me, I've been acting brand new. I ain't smoking on no smoking on you. Put your bestie in a pack and now I'm smoking her too. I've been bought her, could've went to LSU. Got so many chains, can't even see my throat. These don't do enough, that's why I always do the most. Bro, give rich sponsor goals. Only thing a get for me for free is free to bros. Let me pop it off, point me to the biggest. Baby girl, come top it off. She said she don't like me cause she love me, she love me, oh. That made some pages just to sub me, but I block them all. All these is mid. Y'all lurking on my page before she feed her kids. Shitting on these, dunking on their heads. Get these.
Your hands up, they might not shoot ya. All of this hoopla, because of the internet. If it's my book, then using my interest. Drip, drip, sweat, like a wet drip, sweat, drip, 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 sweat. Jump off the ledge, time is essence, I am the legend. The party don't stop, we need more low end, yeah, there you go. Stroking my ego, you know how I get when I'm around my people, when I'm around my people. Focus on measurement, time and distance. I said focus on measurement, time and distance. How far can you jump? Drip, drip, sweat, like the way I drip, sweat, drip, 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 sweat. Like the way I drip, sweat, drip, sweat. Like the way I drip, sweat, drip, drip, sweat. Like the way I drip.
You a hot gal and your girl hot too. Down at Jamaica want to take you on a rendezvous. Shea butter, headly shine and we're passing through. Real fix for the dancehall crew. You see it?
I may be young, but I'm ready to give you all my love. I told my girls you can get it. Don't slow it down. Just let it go. So in love, give it all away. Just don't tell nobody tomorrow.
Please welcome Harris for President campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.